Good afternoon and welcome to Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt in France, around about 25 kilometers north of, south of Lille in the northern part of France. We are here for the penultimate round of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season, which last time out saw that we ventured to Karting d'Espagne at Marienbourg, but now we are at a very fast-flowing circuit, but also which has in the latter part of it a lot of technicality. We've already had timed qualifying completed so far today for the opening day out of two for the racing. A very warm welcome to everyone watching on the official BNL Karting Series live stream directly on YouTube, and we hope you all enjoy the show over the next few moments. We do have approximately a 15 to 20 minute delay in comparison with the timetable that we did have set up ready for this weekend. So we'll be starting at around about 12:30 to 12:35 today for the first of our 6 senior Rotax heats. So for those new to what the format is for the BNL Karting Series, here is a bit of a BNL 101. We run a 2-day race format for each weekend, whereby the drivers gather points over the course of a 4-round calendar for 2023. So this weekend, if a category has gone over 36 drivers, what we do have is we then, in the first day of competition, they have one sole qualifying session on the Saturday, and then we'll go out for heats in the afternoon. That is very much true of the the highly subscribed senior Rotax class, where we have 40 drivers who will each compete in 3 races today. So 3 heats, each of which will be 7 minutes, plus an additional lap. And after those heats have been completed, we will then have the ranking after heats. Now, if we had around 45 or more drivers, what we would have on the Sunday morning would be the second chance heat, or for those in UK karting circles known as the repechage, where it is your second opportunity to get into the pre-final and the final on Sunday. This weekend, with 40 competitors, the top 36 will continue on to the pre-final and the final tomorrow. So what we will have, as I said, we've already had time qualifying. So for junior, senior, or for Minimax, Minimax Rookie, Junior Rotax, Max DD2 and DD2 Masters, they have all been out for qualifying for their first day. So the qualifying results from this morning will now determine the grids for the pre-final, and then the grids, the finishing results, once ratified and confirmed, will then decide and determine the final for this afternoon. What we will also then have is the fact that tomorrow we will have pre-finals and finals for every single one of the respective classes here this weekend. But senior Rotax will not have a traditional qualifying session. So Mini Rookie, Junior, DD2 and Masters will go out for a second qualifying session, and then at the end of the weekend, we will then have our determined event results. Now, for those wondering, with regards to how the points are calculated, over the course of a racing season in the BNL Karting Series, if, for instance, a class is oversubscribed in excess of 36 drivers, the heats on the Saturday will be determining a double point situation. What I mean by that is that wherever you finish, if you finish at the top of the ranking after heats, you will score 55 points on the Saturday, but then that will be doubled. The pre-final and the final will also score towards the championship hunt as well. If it is traditionally where we have under 36 drivers, what we will have is we'll have qualifying on the Saturday, qualifying on the Sunday, and a pre-final and the final. After that, that will mean that, for those wondering, the event result for, let's say, if we have, for instance, seniors, as an example from this weekend, what we will have is that the seniors, the event result will be determined by the finishing orders of both the pre-final and the final. If the class is underneath 36 total drivers, let's say Mini and Mini Rookie, is 18. The results from all 4 races, so both pre-finals, both finals, will then go towards the event result. So, in addition with that, we also have tickets to give away for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which will take place for the second time in 3 years in the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between the 2nd and the 9th of December. The classes that are eligible for those tickets are Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, Max DD2, and DD2 Masters. Now let's turn our attention to the current championship standings heading into this penultimate round of the season. So first of all, we take a look at Mini Rookie, and it is 27 points between first and second at the moment. The UK's Jack Freeman in the 193, currently sitting on 295 points after the opening 2 rounds at Karting Genk in April and last time out at Marienborg in the first weekend of July. Finn Albert Jorgensen in the 165 representing Denmark is on 268 points. There are a few drivers that are not here with us this weekend, but João Maria Pereira from Portugal on 243. Jeff Verbeek in the number 126 in representing Belgium for GKS Levens Power, 218 points he currently has at the moment, and rounding out the top 5 on 216 points from the United Kingdom, running with Dan Holland Racing, Maria Roberto. Then we go to Minimax, of which we do have 12 drivers here this weekend. Jacob Ashcroft has a very, very big lead at the moment. 49 points does the 122 from the UK have at the moment. Albert Friend not here this weekend. He's currently second in the standings on 388. Felipe Reyes is third on 379. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, fourth on 362. And Rory Armstrong now has an opportunity to really move up the order, because between second and fifth in the championship standings, it's 30 points. So Jacob Ashcroft is leading the way in there. Junior Rotax, it is Boluet in the 224 that is currently leading the standings on a total of 405 points, having done a very, very consistent run over the course of the season so far. Consistency could also be said of Matej Radenkovic in the 296, has also been running quite high up the field, and has scored at the opening round in Genk through the ranking after heats, placed second, and then went on to place second, and then had two third places in the pre-final and the final at the season opener at Genk. Kasper Schormans has got some ground to make up. He's 37 points behind Boluet at the moment on 368. And then we have Timo Jungling from the United Kingdom, the 265. Took a win in the pre-final and was also third in the ranking after heats at Marienborg, and also in the final. And it came down to literally count back between Kasper Schormans and Kasper Schormans and Timo Jungling, pretty much in terms of where they finished at the end of it. Archie Buttle rounds out the top 5, followed by the likes of Lucas L, Armand Hamilton. Mika van der Parvet has an opportunity to progress, so does Thomas Ingram Hill. They round out the top 9 positions on 305 points and 301 points at the minute. And then we go to the class that has had the most drivers appear in it, and it is Senior Rotax. At the moment, Sean Butcher, 2-time champion back in 2020 and 2021, and was vice champion last year, is on 420 points. But it is very, very close at the top of this one, especially when it comes to the top 3. Ethan Jeffel, the recent international trophy winner, is just 8 points adrift on 412. And then the man that successfully defended his Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix title last weekend at Paul Fletcher International, Kai Hunter, is a further 17 points adrift in third place. The Pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, rounds out the top 4, followed by Germany's young hotshot Austin Lee in the 372. on 347 points. The big question is, Kai Rilets, the current reigning and defending champion, is in 6th at the moment on 338. Tommy van der Stroy on 330. They round out the top 7, covered by 90 points. And looking at how many drivers have already entered in terms of the points that we've got so far, 90 drivers have scored points in Senior Rotax this season in the BNL Karting Series through the opening 2 rounds at Genk and also at Marienburg. So then we go to DD2. Again, another tightly contested championship, and it really could provide us with a great way to move into the final round at Karting Genk in early October. Enzo Boll just has I wouldn't say comfortable, I would say close 8-point gap between himself and SP Motorsport teammate Tom Bracken. 416 points, plays 408. Victor Frostbay, who was the winner at Marienburg, not here this weekend, currently on 398 points in 3rd position, but this is going to give the opportunity to a certain Belgian by the name of Maxime Dirix, who recently was out in an Ginetta LMP3 car in a very wet Hockenheim test. He's currently 4th in the standings on 379 points, so 37 points cover the top 4. So Maxime Dirix, keep your eyes on what he does this weekend. 25 drivers have scored points all the way through the DD2 season. But also there is another opportunity for another driver, because again, we do have a grid. We do have some it's great to see some people returning to the championship. So Nicolas Picot currently leads the way on 423 points, just 4 points ahead of Dennis Thum, who I spoke to after Marienburg, and he is concentrating on other escapades at the moment. He's got a Euro Trophy title to defend. Let's not forget, in about 4 weeks' time at the home of British Karting, Paul Fletcher International, for the 4th and final round of the Euro Trophy. Nikolai Christensen, the kickoff winner from this year, not here this weekend either, on 394 points. Then we've got the likes of Christophe Capitan, not here. Luca Filipponi, not here. 4th and 5th, respectively. 380 points, plays with 365 for Filipponi. This gives Carl Klebor the opportunity to spring up the order. Along with him, Dominic Hummels in the 577, currently 78 points off of Nicolas Picot, but Picot could really stretch his advantage and really have one hand on the championship trophy going to Karting Genk at the end of this season. So we do have today 5 races before we have a short break before we get into the final 7. So 12 races taking place today, and tomorrow we will have 8, so a total of 20 races to get things going here for 2023 at this penultimate round of the season. So we did have quite a few changes in terms of the qualifying when it came to Senior Rotax, and there are the drivers that will be taking part in Groups A versus B for the first of 6 heats here today. So there have been quite a few changes. That Dion van Verven was confirmed as the overall top time setter. I did speak to Tommy van der Stroy actually in the lunch break, and he got a front fairing penalty, which actually demoted him down the order to 7th. Jort van Wyk, Vic Stevens, Theo Lemoyne, Austin Lee, Enzo Dickenberg, who I spoke to yesterday when I arrived here just after 5:15 in the afternoon, when the weather was trying to have a little bit of a environmental shift, so to speak, as in the rain was coming in and I was starting to get blamed for it, but there we go. There was some rainfall over the course, but it was in fits and starts overnight. And there is part of the circuit you see. There is the start-finish straight, so it's a very, very fast complex. We will give you an on-board lap from a driver perspective between the pre-finals and the finals on tomorrow during the lunch break, which will really give you an idea on just how quick this circuit really is. And I've spoken with quite a few drivers over the course of the last day and a bit, and really good to see everyone in the paddock and enjoying this circuit. It's really a big challenge for the competitors that we will have over the course of this weekend, and we are seeing quite a few people watching from home. So Magnus Brodersen doing the old Kai Rillet's trick of my name being shouted out. Stefano SGP saying Kai Rillet's will turn to 2021 Lewis and will get P1 from the back of the grid. I do know that Tommy van der Sloij's dad is watching from home at the moment. We'll be here later on this weekend. It's a crazy midfield with the laugh out loud emoji on it. So a big thank you to everyone watching. Please feel free to get your comments in. And good to see that we are getting our friends over from Saudi Arabia and Jordan joining us on the stream. Thank you very much indeed. I have spoken to my good friend from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, Roger Young, who will be joining us, I'm sure, with probably a beer in hand. Very, very great character, and loves his DD2 racing. So last year at the Grand Finals, we had 394 competitors from 60 different nationalities. And the sun is very, very plentiful here at Ostricourt. At the moment, it's showing around 21 degrees Celsius, but asking for the grid to be cleared. So it looks like we are going to be getting things underway here at Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt. It's the first time that the championship has come back to this circuit since 2018. For those that haven't already, you might see, well, if you go and have a look on our playlist with regards to the after movies that have been recorded over the years, that there is one from 2017, reference Ostricourt. It'll have people such as Barry Pullinger, Kevin Little, and then we'll also have the likes of Joe Turney, even, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do this, a very, very young Kai Rillet's. Now, the good thing is, over my commentary career, one of the lovely things about being in the position that I am is I've seen drivers evolve. I've seen them progress. And this championship, which has had quite a lot of names through its doors, which does include a certain Max Verstappen, who was the first ever two-time champion back in 2008 and 2009 in the Mini-Max category. So sunshine is going to continue all the way through the day. Highs look to be hitting probably at max 24 degrees, but a lot of people might be thinking, hang on a second. It feels a little bit hotter than that. But there's a few drivers that have been champions in this particular championship. Race one of the third round of the BNL Karting Series is underway. And here we go, it's Senior Rotax. Heat 1, Groups A versus B. Here's your starting grid. Pole position is going to be Dion van Werven, and it's an all-Dutch front row with Jod van Wijk alongside. Austin Lee and Enzo Dickenberg will be on row number 2. It's an all-French affair on row 3 with Paul Fauquemin and Pierre-Louis Durgat. Then we've got Mitch Haynett and Jaden Teen on row 4. Completing the top 10, it's Australia's Kamal Murad and Scotland's Lewis Gilbert. Ivar Agnostiidis and Mathis Turlo will be on row number 6. Rune de Broeke, Sverre Ubben, Simon Perigny, Baz Janssen, Scott Westhoven's Louis Grimaupont, who's had a shout-out by someone who's supporting him on the YouTube channel, with Faisal Al-Yafal and Badr Al-Suleti, completing the 20-strong grid. 7 minutes plus an additional lap of this circuit here in Ostricourt will kick-start the racing action. And you all watching at home, a big thank you to everybody that has subscribed to the BNL Karting Series channel so far, because we are very, very close to hitting that magical 4-figure bracket, 1,000 subscribers. So please like, share and subscribe if you get the opportunity, and get yourselves involved in the chat as the racing gets going. So as I said earlier on, we will have the fact that it's 3 heats per person over the course of the day. And after that, we will then have our intermediate classification after the heats. So the ranking after heats will then decide who will be where for the pre-final and the final tomorrow. So the drivers getting into formation ahead of the first heat race of the day here in the Saturday afternoon sunshine here at Ostricourt Racing Kart JPR. The drivers exit out of the final corner. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are off and racing, and a good start by Van Verven as he leads the field into turn number 1. Great start by Austin Lee as he stays in 3rd position. Oh, someone's gone grass tracking on the outside of turn number 3 as they head into the infield section for the first time. 2, 3 abreast. They've got to keep it clean, keep it nice and purposeful on the apexes, through the braking zones and exiting out of the corners. Marmonade looks to have dropped a couple of positions, but at the minute, Dion van Verven still leading the way as we are fast approaching the conclusion of the opening lap. Jort van Wijk in 2nd, Austin Lee in 3rd. Now that has changed because it looks like Paul Forquemin has gotten through. Lewis Gilbert is hot on the heels. There's the Alpine Racer livery of the number 396, Iva Anagnostiidis from Australia. After the opening lap, Van Verven leads by just over a 10th as they are line astern going through into the fast sweeper at turn number 1. Dickenberg, I think, had Scott Westhoven's up the inside. That was a battle for 12th place. And now the lead has changed. Now it's the switchback. Van Verven goes wheel to wheel with Jort van Wijk. Forquemin is right over the back bumper. He's going to look to go up the inside of Van Wijk. Gets through. Gilbert gets through. And now Van Wijk is coming under attack from Austin Lee, who's looking up the inside. Now he makes up a positional change. So after 3 to 4 corners, and now Forquemin goes for the lead, gets it. Gilbert up the inside of Van Verven to try and go for 2nd, but the Scotsman denied. So Forquemin hits the front. Van Verven trying to defend against Gilbert. Austin Lee rounds out the top 4. Looks like Mitch Haynett has got a real turn of speed on that TB kart. And he's right behind Jort van Wijk, who's swarming all over the back of Austin Lee. As we now come round the final corner, Forquemin has expanded a little bit of a lead over Lewis Gilbert. Van Verven goes defensive on Austin Lee, heading into turn number 1. Van Wijk, Mitch Haynett, Kamal Marad, Matthijs Turlo, Iva Anagnostiidis and Jaden Teen round out the top 10. But Forquemin leading the way. That gap is starting to expand. That's going to be north of 7.5 tenths of a second if Dion van Verven is not careful. But it's not Dion van Verven, it's Lewis Gilbert. Oh, bit of a send there from Mitch Haynett. Kamal Manad looking up the inside of Jort van Wijk too. Not able to get through was the 348. And he's got Matthijs Turlo, who now makes a return to the championship once again. 4.25 minutes still to go. Forquemin, as we've got yellow flags out. So someone might have just gone off the circuit. But Paul Forquemin leading the way on home soil. But Gilbert is closing. Gilbert's just put in the fastest lap of the race as Van Wijk up the inside. And Mitch Haynett, Kamal Manad gets through. So does Matthijs Turlo. One wrong move at this circuit here at Ostricourt, and you are at the mercy of the opposition. Kamal Manad round the outside of the 905 of Matthijs Turlo, not able to get through. Mitch Haynett manages to get past the Australian to retake position. This is going to allow Jaden Teen to close on in. He's not that far behind them. Halfway through the race, Kamal Manad up the inside of Mitch Haynett. Oh, straight on. Straight on goes one of the carts. That's the 353 of Scott Westhoven's. A little bit of a gesticulation by the right hand of the Dutchman, as that's a lunge and a half there. Jaden Teen, 3rd different team now. He's been with RR Racing now, and he's been with JJ. Now he's with Dan Holland. He made the switch just before the International Trophy earlier on this year. But Lewis Gilbert is still closing in, and Paul Forquemin for the race lead. 0.2 of a second separate the two. Nice little exchange at the back end of the field. That was between, I think, Faisal Ayafel and Louis Grimaud-Point, and Grimaud-Point got through. There has changed. The lead change has happened. It was only an eventuality. The pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, through on Paul Forquemin. The 3.16 from CAF Motorsport now leads the way with a bit of Potenza waft alongside him on the right-hand side of his chassis. Through he goes into the the very hard braking zone, into a tight right-hander, into the left, now into the next right. And it's the same again before they come through. Now it's pedal to the metal out of the final corner. Lewis Gilbert leads after lap 5 and now has a gap. That's nearly a 5.5 second swing between Forquemin leading at the beginning of the previous lap, and now Lewis Gilbert leading, but Forquemin is starting to close on in. Van Verven holding station in 3rd place, ahead of Austin Lee. Sverre Ubben now up into 10th, past Simon Perigny from France. So this is going to be very, very crucial indeed on how you get your Saturday off to the best start possible. Through they go to the far part of the circuit here at Ostricourt. And Gilbert really relishing the opportunity to be at the front end of the field. For those that I still remember when a certain young Scotsman, who was a lot shorter than what he is now, is very much a person that's been with this championship for a number of years. All the way through the ranks from juniors right up to the current day. Austin Lee looking for the opportunity to get through on Dion Van Verven, but at the moment the 377 on the CRG chassis doing a very, very good job. It's one of the fastest privateers out there is Dion Van Verven, qualified for Team Netherlands last year at the Grand Finals. But Austin Lee just getting closer and closer still. 372, based in Germany these days, doing a lot more racing at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships this year. Really expanding his repertoire as a racer. So this time around, it's going to be the penultimate lap of this opening heat here at Ostricourt at Racing Kart JPR. Gilbert leads the way by 2.5 of a second. Forquemin, Van Verven, Lee, Van Wyk, Turlo, Heynert, Ubben, Mrad, Perigny round out the top 10, and unfortunately Jaden Teen is a mechanical retirement, but there is the lead change eventually now. It was only a matter of time when it was going to happen, but will that happen again? Because Forquemin ahead of Gilbert. Bumper to bumper between the two as they make their way through the main parts of the infield section. As Gilbert looks to the inside, they sweep into the left. He has to go back onto the racing line, but he's just going to wait for the opportunity. He's going to try and look to the outside to get the undercut through in the corner, through that right-hander, now into the left. Timer has expired. One more lap to go after this. And there's the lead change. And that was the second from last corner by Lewis Gilbert. Last lap board is out. Gilbert leads going on to the 9th and final lap. Forquemin under a 10.5 behind him. Right underneath his exhaust pipe was Paul Forquemin, and he got a full head of speed coming out of turns 1 and 2. He's looking to the outside. Gilbert defends. Van Verven has got Austin Lee up his inside. Through that right-hander into the next left. Van Verven will go back onto the racing line and thereby keep a hold of 3rd. This is also allowing the likes of Jort van Wyk and Matthijs Turlo to close on in. It could be a 5-way scrap right up until the checkered, as Lewis Gilbert sternly defending, making that rear bumper on that OTK chassis as wide as humanly possible ahead of Forquemin. Could be top 6 as well with Matthijs Turlo waiting in the wings. Jort van Wyk battling away, but it's going to be out of the final corner. It's Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland, that takes the opening race victory. It was a drag race to the line for 2nd and 3rd, Pole for Quemin, still edging out Dion van Verven, who completes the top 3. Austin Lee, Jort van Wijk, Mathis Turlo, Mitch Hainer, Sverre Ubben, Simon Perigny, and Kamal Murad round out the top 10. Bas Janssen, Ivar Anagnostiidis, Enzo Dickenberg, Bruno de Broeke, Louis Crimopont. Then we got Scott Westhovens, Faisal Al-Yafel, Badr Al-Sulaiti, and Pierre-Louis Durka that round out the 19 that finished all 9 laps of racing. Unfortunately, on lap number 5, a sudden retirement for Janen Teen from the Netherlands.
Dingen zeggen ook wat ik daar opgeven kreeg. Ja. Hij zegt maar, in de race komt dat goed. Dan zegt de eerste, tweede sector, of de eerste en de laatste sector, dan zit hij gewoon goed erbij. Ja, ja, ja. Hij zegt, dit is weer in de middensector. Nee, dan zegt hij, dan draai je gewoon een piek ronde eruit. Ja. En als je gewoon constant kan rijden, dan kun je dan meestal wel goed in de race.
Now we go to our second race. It's Senior Rotax, heat number 2, and it's Group C versus D. Here is your starting grid. So from pole position, it's going to be Vic Stevens from Belgium in the 369. Pierre Lemoine in second from France. Then we got Tommy van der Stoys. And from Saudi Arabia, we have the 919 of Leith Moumina. Ethan Jeffel and Kai Hunter will round out row number 3 ahead of Montigo Masson and Luke Neeson, who are on row 4. Lawrence Herbold and Sean Butcher, they complete the top 10. Then we've got Spencer Braun, and then we've got Khalid Al-Maraji, Kaz Boshouse, Lockie Robinson, Days Dams, Matthias Flamand, Buck Gubbles, Ralph van der Pavert, Kai Hillertz, and for those Red Actions fans out there, Bram Ossevaarde rounds out the 20-strong grid. Ossevaarde actually ran over some debris in qualifying, and thereby it was a full, like a big, inch-long split on the centre of the Mojo D5 on the rear of the kart, so that really compromised his qualifying. So at the moment, Lewis Gilbert has the opening race victory. Of course, for those watching at home, every single race that I call today and I give the results at the end of each session, those are provisional, pending technical and sporting checks post-session. This is the way that it does always happen. We have it where sometimes race winners do not always have it all their own way, is in the fact that front-fairing penalties can be found. Technical scrutiny will also check to see if everything's in fine fettle. So the drivers now seal themselves and get ready for this race. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we are getting things going as the drivers now make their way through into turns 1 and 2 here at the circuit. It is Vic Stevens leading the way at the moment. Van der Stoys looks to be in second position, 2-3 wide at the back. Van der Stoys already making up a couple of positions. The person that I'm waiting to see how he moves up the order, of course, the current reigning and defending champion, the only person to win 3 different titles in 3 different classes, in mini, junior and senior here in the BNL. Kai Rilutz, the 374, 16 years of age, has also been doing some running with Red Ant Racing, especially the 24-hour series run by Creventic. Nice little move there. That's by Kai Hunter on Montego Massen in the 394. So Hunter now moves his way up into 4th position. And fellow countryman Ethan Jeff Hall, who rounds out the top 3. Stevens leads the way after the opening lap ahead of Van der Stroys. Jeff Hall, Kai Hunter, Montego Massen, Lawrence Herbour, Spencer Braun rounds out the top 7. Ahead of Luke Neeson, Kaz Boshouse and Matthias Flamand. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds still to go on the timer in this second heat. There'll be a little bit of a respite for the seniors after this one, as their next heat will not be until a little bit later on. It'll be after the break that will go into, I'll be at 2:30 this afternoon. Hunter really starting to put the pressure onto Ethan Jeff Hall, and he looks up the inside through into the penultimate left-hander on the circuit, and he gets through for 3rd place. There's the man from the Republic of Tyne and Weir, Kai Hunter, running in the 335 number this weekend. Normally runs as the 395 in the Euro Trophy. But Vic Stevens has got Tommy Van der Stroys breathing down the back of his race overalls right now. And this is where strategy does come into play. I spoke to Tommy, and after qualifying this morning, he said, well, my spark plug and my clutch were absolutely destroyed. And he said, I'm glad Dad's not here. I said, is he still worrying, though? Martin, I know you're worrying. I can feel my ears burning right about now. But things are closing up because Kai Hunter has got a big run of speed in that Lando Norris chassis underneath, and he looks up the inside. That's a great move there. Nice and clean from Kai Hunter as he gets his way through into 2nd position in front of Tommy Van der Stroys. So Vic Stevens continues to lead after this lap. So a very good job from him. Lockie Robinson, at the meantime, has managed to make his way up from 14th now into 10th position, running these days under a UK licence. He's also been doing some bits and pieces here and there. Been doing a bit more racing. He was also one of the multitude of senior Rotax drivers that headed, in terms of an international perspective, to the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International. There is the move for the lead, and that is Kai Hunter through on Vic Stevens. It was only a matter of time, and it happened just a matter of seconds for the halfway point of the race. So just under 3.5 minutes to go. Kai Hunter from 6th on the grid now hits the front. And also, he's starting to pull away because Vic Stevens now will have a very motivated Tommy Van der Stroys behind him. Ethan Jeff Hall being closed in on by Lawrence Herbour in the number 398 Bouvin Power entry. Into the next right-hander, Vic Stevens and Tommy Van der Stroys seem to be moving forward. It will be a case of how much further forward can Kai Hunter push that opening between himself and Vic Stevens. So another lap completed. Hunter still leads. On to lap number 6. So the running order at the moment: Hunter leads from Stevens, Van der Stroys in 3rd, Jeff Hall, Herbour, Marson, Neeson, Rilutz. Well, started from way down back of the order. Did the 16-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium. Started down in 19th position. He is now in 8th. Lockie Robinson now up into 9th place, having just got past Spencer Braun. Good battle between these people here. Right, that was Lawrence Herbols getting passed by the 394. Montego Masson making up another position. He's back up into 5th as the German, one of 2 sole German drivers. And a very good luck to everyone at the RMC Cup Series at the night race weekend at Billhaven this weekend. But Kai Hunter has expanded his lead over Vic Stevens to the tune of just over half a second. And again, bit too close there. Montego Masson nearly got himself a bit caught up there, trying to get through on Lawrence Herbols as the pair swap places again for 5th. And the German looked to go up the inside, and the 394 nearly made a complete hash of it on that particular occasion. But you know what? If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And Sean Butcher now is finding himself in 10th position in this race. So, which is exactly where he started. Ralph van der Paver, his weekend has not gotten off to the best start, I'm afraid. The Dutchman pulling the car into pit lane on lap 4. As we now head on to our penultimate lap 8 out of 9, and Kai Hunter starting to stretch that advantage ever so slightly to just over 0.6 of a second. Again, Montego Masson has been trying to get through on other drivers, but Kai Rillerts now up 13 places from 6th on the grid. He's got the WAF behind him as the 16-year-old from Tremolo. But the thing is, will he possibly catch and pass Lawrence Herbols before the checkered flag? Well, he's got about just over a lap and a quarter to do so, as the timer has expired. And on this particular occasion, Van der Stoys taking the opening race, it was Lewis Gilbert taking the opening race victory. Hunter now on the final lap, and it's nearly a second up the road. And what's more, another personal best. And what's more, another fastest lap for Kai Hunter by nearly a second up the road from Vic Stevens. Van der Stoys is in 3rd. There's Rillerts trying to close in on Lawrence Herbols. So by the end of this race, we could see one of the biggest movers so far up the field in this weekend, and that is Kai Rillerts. He's looking to make it not just 13. They say that that number is lucky for some, and he is possibly getting an opportunity to get through on Lawrence Herbols to make that 14 places. The race leader now making his way through the final couple of corners, as there is just going through shot. For those watching at home, Kai Rillerts has made it through on Lawrence Herbols, and in the meantime, whilst that happens, so did Montego Masson. But the checker flag is out, and Kai Hunter wins the second heat in senior Rotax here today by nearly over a second and a quarter. Head of Vic Stevens, Tommy van der Stoys in 3rd, Ethan Jeff Hall in 4th, Kai Rillerts from 19th on the grid to finish P5, head of Montego Masson, Lawrence Herbols, Luke Neeson, Lockie Robinson, and Sean Butcher completing the top 10. Days Dams, Kaz Boshouse, Spencer Brougham rounding out the top 13. Bram Ossevada started last, finished in 14th, ahead of Theo Lemoyne, Mathis Flamand, Mumina from Saudi Arabia, Puck Gubbles, and Khalid Al-Maraji rounding out the 19 that finished the race. Well, Al-Maraji was just coming across the line to start his final lap as Hunter finished his, with Ralph van der Paver unfortunately retiring on lap number 4. Now we get started with the first of our pre-finals here this weekend. And up first, it's Minimax and Minimax Rookie. Let's take a look through your starting grid, which is as follows. Which is Jacob Ashcroft on overall pole position. Alongside him is the pole sitter from Mini Rookie, which is Jack Freeman. Just behind them, Finn Albert Jorgensen and Lars Lambers will line up on row 2. Rory Armstrong and it's going to be Rory Armstrong and Thomas Verheyen on row number 3. Maria Roberto and Bran van der Weyken on row 4. Vic van Kampenhout and Nico van Berkel complete the top 10. With Victor Reutz, Pauline van Breed, Georges Desmet, Tristan Shays, Jeff Verbeek, Saif Al-Obadili, and then we've got Tristan Abils and Liam Harbos rounding out the 18-strong grid. So in terms of the strategy with regards to this one, it will be a case of the following. It's a 13-minute plus an additional lap pre-final. And this will also, the concluding results of this race will then decide our grid for the final this afternoon for day 1, which will take place approximately at 3:10 this afternoon, but we are scheduled to have a break between the DD2 and Masters pre-final. So the drivers now are steeled and ready for their first race of the weekend. It's Jacob Ashcroft on pole, Jack Freeman alongside as we get ready. Revs rise, are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are green, we are off and racing once again as they head their way through into turns 1 and 2. Nice little change for 3rd place. Now that looks to be Rory Armstrong that's gotten through. That's across in front of. I didn't really catch the race number. However, the drivers are making their way through into the infield part of the circuit. Very, very close at the front. The lap times were very, very comparable in time qualifying, but then it really does pose the question, how close is it going to be in the racing? So just over a minute completed, and the field makes its way through to complete the opening lap. Jacob Ashcroft has got a lead, and it's nearly 5.5 tenths of a second over Jack Freeman. Rory Armstrong has made his way up from 5th on the grid to now 3rd place. Thomas Verheyen in 4th, Lars Lambers in 5th. And we've also got the 165 Finn Albert Jorgensen from Denmark completing the top 6, followed by Bran van der Weyken and Lieke van Berkel. Vic van Kampenhout is not too far behind either. He's currently in 9th place, as we do have a little bit of a freight train behind the number 193 of Jack Freeman, doing a very, very solid job after qualifying 2nd, and now finds himself at the sharper end of the field, as Ashcroft is scarpering away a little bit into the distance. And Ashcroft now, after a couple of laps, has managed to extend his lead to just close to 9.5 tenths of a second. So Freeman's still in 2nd position at the moment, leading the freight train. So he's got a little bit of a noisy exhaust, I think I've just heard in the background. So they are still going to be motoring on over the next few, or just over 10 minutes plus an additional lap of this particular circuit here at Racing Kart JPR in Ostricourt. Very, very fast first part of the circuit itself, so it will really just showcase the speed these drivers are able to commit through these corners, and that has been impressive so far. But again, Ashcroft just pulling away into the distance, not having to worry about looking behind him. And Thomas Verheyen trying to battle away with Rory Armstrong. Armstrong now finds himself behind Lars Lambers. Pressure is attempted to be put on Rory Armstrong by Thomas Verheyen. The Irishman from the youngster from Northern Ireland, County Down. Still holding station. Doing his level best just to keep in front. Sometimes it's good to, you can catch up to some, you know, catching somebody is one thing, passing is something completely different. But Thomas Verheyen is not one to give up, and now he looks to the inside. Rory Armstrong will have to relinquish the place and loses a position, and that puts him down to back to where he started in 5th place. He's got the 165. That's the young Dane in the form of Finn Albert Jorgensen. He's got Bram van der Weyken in the 196 just behind. Armstrong now retakes 4th place back off of Thomas Verheyen, and there's a touch between the two. And Armstrong bumps over the curbs, stays ahead of Verheyen. And at this moment, it's 2 by 2, side by side, hurrah, just behind them. Van der Weyken has got through on Jorgensen for position, but that was very, very close indeed. Rory Armstrong got a little bit of a fright courtesy of Thomas Verheyen, and they are still battling away. That has allowed Lars Lambers and Jack Freeman to pull away into the distance. Now, again, Verheyen looking up the inside through into the next right-hander. Armstrong to the outside. He had Bram van der Weyken just behind. He got a touch from behind. There's Vic van Kampenhout in the 124. He's got ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen from Denmark. That's the change for 7th place. Van Kampenhout looks up the inside of van der Weyken, gets through. Jorgensen finds the door open as well. And the Dane neatly threads the eye of the needle to take the position away from the 196. There's Lieke van Berkel. She's hot on their heels as well. The 185. Very, very capable racer in her own right, as is Maria Roberto. And Maria currently rounding out the top 10. She started 7th after time qualifying. Oh, there's Jorgensen up the inside. Fires it through right past Vic van Kampenhout, who is unable to who was unable to retaliate quickly, but now he has retaliated. And there's Lieke van Berkel up the inside of Bram van der Weyken. So she's got through. That's a position gained for the young lady from the Netherlands. So we're coming up to just over 6 minutes to go. Jorgensen signaling, saying, right, let's just move forward, please. Stop attacking me. And Van Berkel has already got the bit between her teeth and fires it up the inside through into the right-hand hairpin at the top right-hand corner of the circuit. So there's a position gain for the 185. And Maria Roberto is closing in on Finn Albert Jorgensen and Bram van der Weyken just in front. So really good scrap here at the bottom part of the top 10. Roberto just 3/10 off of Van der Weyken. But in the meantime, Rory Armstrong and Thomas Verheyen still interlocked in battle. 180 versus 166. And it's the battle for 4th position. Whilst this has happened, whilst they've been battling away, Rory Armstrong, well, they are both effectively 2 seconds behind Lars Lambers in the battle for P3. It's not quite over yet. There's still just under 5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. But Jacob Ashcroft is away, clear and unchallenged. 3.3 seconds is his current advantage over Dan Holland Racing teammate and current mini rookie points leader Jack Freeman. And a great battle really starting to showcase itself between the likes of Finn Albert Jorgensen, Lieke van Berkel and Bran van der Weyken as they go through the infield section. Maria Roberto is just biding her time. She's got the ringside seat, waiting in the wings as we head into the final 4 minutes. Plus an additional lap, bumping over the curbs goes Van der Weyken. But the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 1.109. No surprise from the current race leader of Jacob Ashcroft. But a four-way scrap over what is really becoming the true battle for the bottom end of the top 10. From 7th backwards, Finn Albert Jorgensen gets past Lieke van Berkel. The pair were separated by just over a 1/10.5 of a second. But Lars Lambers, in the meantime, has been fractionally closing in as there's the move for 4th. Rory Armstrong up the inside of Thomas Verheyen and tapping the right-hand side of his crash helmet as if to say, come on, think, let's just go. Stop fighting me. Let's work together and try and close in that gap. The time is fast dwindling away. And there's a little bit of a nose up the inside on Thomas Verheyen, courtesy of Vic van Kampenhout. Oh, massive air through the curbing by Thomas Verheyen. The back left of the 180 Kart Republic chassis was high and it had air time to boot. Jack Freeman, in the meantime, in the battle for 2nd position, ahead of Lars Lambers. This is one of the youngest drivers on the grid who turns 9 next week. Jack Freeman is battling for a genuine top 2 position on the road. And boy, has he made it work this weekend so far. Lars Lambers is about 3/10 of a second adrift of the 193. He made his debut, if I remember correctly, in this championship with a certain team called Soda Vitesse. Hello to Mark and Bradley Barrett whilst I'm at it. But still, just over 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and it is still not over yet between these two. And a little bit more curve. You could just see the kart going 2 wheels into the air on the left-hand side when Lars Lambers was literally just pile driving the Mojo T2 XX tyres into that curbing. But Jacob Ashcroft goes on to what will be lap number 12 with a 4.5 second advantage. Freeman 2nd, Lambers in 3rd, Rory Armstrong, Vic van Kampenhout and Thomas Verheyen round out the top 6. And those 3, the latter 3 that I've mentioned, have just set their fastest laps of the race. Finn Albert Jorgensen now takes 7th from Lieke van Berkel, but runs deep into the right-hander just coming off of turn number 3. So Van Berkel gets back up the inside. Van der Weyken waiting in the wings in 9th. Maria Roberto is about 5 to 6 kart lengths behind the 196 from Belgium, who's just sent it up the inside of the young Dane. Jorgensen trying to retaliate, can't get back through as we're into the final 60 seconds, plus an additional lap of the race. Jorgensen through on Van der Weyken. And oh, Van der Weyken slowed for a second, and Maria Roberto finds herself now in 9th place Saif Al-Obadili, unfortunately, was showing briefly as might have going into the pits, but is all okay. But Maria Roberto now finds herself in 9th position. Obadili gets passed by Freeman and Lambers, as the timer on this particular lap will bring us down to 0. And Ashcroft is absolutely flying. No one is given an opportunity to breathe, as Ashcroft is doing a fantastic job. So you have to give credit where credit is due. This man was shy and a very quiet individual. His character has really started to flourish now as he's started to get a little bit older, as Jack Freeman. But you know what? He's definitely deserved this one. Final lap board will be out this time for the Mini-Max and the Mini Rookie Pre-Final as Jacob Ashcroft sees the final lap board. And Jack Freeman in second. He's got one of the GKS carts in front of him. That one's got to get out of the way very, very quickly. It's not going to be an easy one. It's Tristan Abeels. Freeman gets past, and so does Lambers, and they continue onward with their battle for second position on the road. I've just seen Pauline Van Breet and Jeff Verbeek just going over the start-finish line to start their final lap. They are battling away over 14th position. But Jacob Ashcroft still leading. It was Jack Freeman actually got to within four seconds of him. So effectively it has come down to this, that Jacob Ashcroft, he has been the dominant force in this class all the way through the season, and that run looks to continue. Ashcroft across the line, wins the pre-final. Second, it's going to be a Dan Holland Racing 1-2, and it's an overall top 2. Well done, Jack Freeman, the 193, pipping Lars Lambers by just under 4.5 tenths of a second. Rory Armstrong takes 4th. Vic van Kampenhout finishes in 5th. Well done to him, ahead of Thomas Verheyen, Lieke van Berkel, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Maria Roberto and Bran van der Weken completing the top 10 in that one. Afterwards, it was Victor Reutz, Georges Desmet, Tristan Chase, Pauline Van Breet, Jeff Verbeek, Leon Herboz, Tristan Abeels and Saif Al-Obadili rounding out the 18-strong grid. But Ashcroft, calm, cool, calculated and unchallenged in the Mini-Max pre-final here on day 1 at Ostricourt. Now we go to our Junior Rotax pre-final, and here is your starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Kasper Schormans from the Netherlands. Alongside him will be his countryman, Boris Maximov, in the 2-3-0. James Anagnostiadis and Timo Jungling. Jungling having a front-fairing penalty post-qualifying, dropping him down to 4th. They'll be on row number 2. Mateo Dankovic and Krik Knoron, row 3. Max Sadurski and Tay Stevens, row 4, ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill and Olivier Jonkers, who completes the top 10. Boluet and Hugo Lacroix are on row 6, ahead of Ruben Verheyen. Thies van Wijk, and we've got August Reber, Brian Bourguignon, Kenneth van Merkerke, Sebastian Koch, Max Cuthbert, and Callum Sims rounding out the top 20. Luca Moulard, Leopold Ferman, Zach Heslop, Mika van der Pavert, and Pierre Devaux rounding out the 25-strong grid. Right then, 25 drivers, 12 and a half rows of competitors get into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are lights out and racing. Good start by the front row, but Timo Jungling trying to look around the outside of the opening corner. Not able to get through. He's lost a bag full of positions as they head through into the top left-hand corner of the circuit. Schormans leads the way. And we have seen that quite a few drivers, there are a couple of drivers that are languishing a bit at the far back end of the field as everyone's jockeying for position. Coming through the infield for the first time, Vaskin, but it's Schormans that leads. It's the 2:33 of Australia's James Anagnostiadis trying to put a move on the 2:40. The Rotax Max Challenge Asia Festival winner in Langkawi last year, who is gunning for a lot of success this season, is Kasper Schormans, but Anagnostiadis doing a great job. The younger brother of Ivar, who's running in seniors this weekend. Just behind them looks to be, more than likely, that could be Matej Radenkovic as they cross the line. It is Radenkovic. And there is Max Sadurski. Sadurski fires it up the inside. I think he might have just briefly lost the position as Radenkovic up the inside. That's on Anagnostiadis. There's a squabble and a half here as Jungling caught in the middle of all of it. At the front of it, it's Thomas Ingram Hill that leads that train. He's got through on Max Sadurski, who in his own right is a previous champion of the BNL Karting Series. Max Sadurski, twice. Oh, we've had a big incident here. One of which, that's Ruben Verheyen. There was a Dams Racing car I just spotted. Not too sure who that might have been. It might have been Olivier Jonkers, possibly. But we now have Krik Knoron battling away with Timo Jungling and the 222 of Max Sadurski as Schormans still leads the way. Radenkovic up into second. Australia's Anagnostiadis holding station and keeping these two really under the heat. Oh, that's a great move. He did a Danny Rick, lick the stamp and send it. James Anagnostiadis, fantastic job there on Matej Radenkovic to get through on the 296 from Boobin Power, and the Aussie back up to second. However, whilst that's happened, Radenkovic has pulled a little bit of a gap in the meantime, but this has just shown a sign of the progression that this young Australian, running with his older sister Iva at Dan Holland Racing, who came over to Karting Genk earlier on this year. And Iva has been doing a lot of racing herself. She's been at the Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix, aka Kart Masters, last weekend. But still, we've got another 10 minutes of this race left to run, folks. Still plenty where that came from. Max Swiderski trying to put the frighteners on Krik Knurren. There they are. Swiderski looking up the inside through into turn 2. That was a great slingshot opportunity, and he goes hard on the brakes, pitches the cut to the inside, runs a little bit deep, and Krik Knurren goes right back through on him. That just goes to show that you might have the run coming out of turn 1, but through turn 3, you might come a cropper. That's exactly what just happened to Max Swiderski. Twice a champion, was a Micromax champion back in 2020 and won the Minimax title last year. But there is the battle between Timo Jungling and DHR teammate Thomas Ingram Hill. So Jungling now back up into 4th, which is where he started this race just over 4 minutes ago. But who's got the fastest lap of the race? It is Jungling, 57.830. He was considerably quicker than those in front. Ingram Hill is doing the right thing. He's going along with Jungling for the ride because they will start catching. The trio in front, the top 5, covered by just under 1.7 seconds after 4 laps. Radenkovic now starting to close in on the coattails of James Anagnostiidis from Australia for that 2nd place. For Anagnostiidis, there are places on this circuit where the Aussie does a fantastic job of just being able to get the traction out of the corners in comparison with Radenkovic. So Kasper Schurman's had nearly a 0.6 of a second lead. That's been nearly halved. And Timo Jungling, another fastest lap of the race. Several drivers, including Anagnostiidis, Ingram Hill, Jungling, Radenkovic, Swiderski, have all ended up as Radenkovic has got back through on Anagnostiidis for 2nd place. Van Mogurka out on the opening lap. Dave Stevens has parked the kart. Leopold Fermat has just dropped from 18th down to 23rd and last as things stand. But as I said, there's still plenty of this race left to run. I don't think Matej Radenkovic is out of the woods quite yet, because the racecraft that Anagnostiidis has been showing, of course, he's wearing his Tom Williamson Motorsport race overalls. So TW Motorsport represented not just over in Australia, where it is a bit of the winter spell at the moment for that particular part of the world, but Anagnostiidis again gets the run on Radenkovic through turn 1. Jungling is right with them. Jungling is with them, and now Anagnostiidis, that's his sweet spot. Oh! Big moment there. Big moment there. Jungling went up the inside of Radenkovic, spat the 296 out, and it caught Anagnostiidis, who just has lost 2nd. Bit of a late lunge there from Timo Jungling, and rightfully that Matej Radenkovic is a bit, well, more than dejected. He's absolutely furious about that one. But that has promoted Max, 2nd is now Krik Knurren, and 3rd is Max, I'm just going to see there, it is Thomas Ingram Hill, who might have just inherited 2nd as a result of that clash. 3rd is Krik Knurren, 4th is Max Swiderski, 5th, that is going to be the 246, Thijs van Wijk from the Netherlands. Now, where is James Anagnostiidis in all of this? He might be 6th at the end of it, so he might have just... He is 6th. He's got Olivier Jonkers closing in. Jungling down to 8th, Radenkovic 9th. And Mika van der Pavert, who started, folks, all the way down in 24th position, is now in the top 10. He's done a Kai Rilets as the 286. But Anagnostiidis not wanting to give up. I mean, just on pure pace, that qualifying performance that the Australian showcased earlier on today was magical. So he is now closing in on Des van Wijk from the Netherlands in the 2:46. There's Timo Jungling, the 2:65. Interesting fact about Timo. Well, the name actually is German. His father originates from Germany, but Timo and his brother Ralph. Here goes the move. That's Anagnostiidis up the inside of Van Wijk, through into turn one, threading the eye of the needle with millimetre precision. And now up the inside, Jungling through on Olivier Jonkers. That's a change for 7th. So Anagnostiidis up to 5th, Jungling up to 7th, and Van Wijk and Jonkers down to 6th and 8th respectively. As I said, races can be long, especially with the pre-final and the final setup that we have here at the BNL Karting Series. That just goes to show that it is not all said and done. You might be P2 at the particular point in the race, but then you can also find yourself in an incident. And we have had 2 retirements, Dave Stevens and Kenneth van Mokerka. Oh, someone's got a bit of an... Now, that was a noisy exhaust I just heard. I heard someone going over the curbing. There's a bit of a contretemps going through turn 1. But still, the battle continues onward. So Anagnostiidis pulling away from the likes of Jungling, Van Wijk, Jonkers. There is, well, that's Max Swiderski. Oh, well, Max Swiderski has lost a little bit of time to Knut Kuren. Last time out, just lost just over 1/10 of a second. Anagnostiidis, I think probably not this lap, but next lap might have the opportunity to get through. Jonkers through on Van Wijk through into turn number 1. So that is a change for 7th place. Van Wijk sweeps to the outside, tries to get the undercut. Jonkers puts himself on the inside for the next left-hander. Gets through. There's Radenkovic trying to get himself a little bit further back up the order. I've just seen the 3 in front, so Anagnostiidis, and I think Jungling have just got through on Swiderski. Yep, they just have. So, Anagnostiidis in 4th, Jungling 5th. That means Max Swiderski has been demoted from 4th to 6th at the drop of a hat, courtesy of the 2 DHR teammates as they come out of the final corner. Casper Schormans is away and clear ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill. Nearly 3.1 seconds. Jungling gets through and fires it up the inside of James Anagnostiidis, going through into the opening corner here at Ostricourt. Van Wijk looking to squeeze up the inside of Olivier Jonkers. Through at turn 3, Radenkovic is there. He's nearly alongside Jonkers, but has to hold back. And he nearly has Mika van der Pavert right up his back bumper. Van der Pavert looking for more than 14 places gained. At this rate, he's going to go for another one. He's up the inside of Radenkovic. That's the 296 disposed with. That's 15 places. Could be 17 by the end of this race if he's lucky. Still got a minute and a half plus an additional lap still to go. So Van der Pavert has a great opportunity here at Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt. There's Schormans. There's Ingram Hill. Kuren. Jungling. Anagnostiidis. Swiderski. Van Wijk. Jonkers. Van der Pavert. Radenkovic. Maximov up to 11th now. But Jungling isn't pulling away, as I thought he might do. He's actually bringing along with him James Anagnostiidis. Now trying to close in on Knut Kuren. The gap between Kuren and Jungling last time around was about 1.1 seconds. Jungling put in the fastest lap of the race, 57.5. Oh my goodness, he was over 7 tenths quicker than the guy in front. He's absolutely decimated that gap as Timo Jungling. And Anagnostiidis was only 0.3 of a second just behind, but he's keeping with the Brit in front of him. Great teamwork from these two. We're on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 14 out of 15 underway. Let's see what the gap is now between Jungling and Knoren. Jungling again fastest lap of the race. Knoren has started responding, but the gap is now 8 tenths. So a lap and a half to go. Timo Jungling could go for it here. Up the inside of Olivier Jonkers through turn 3. Here's Mateo Denkovic. He gets through. Does the job. Jonkers slots in behind him as the timer has now officially expired. And on lap number 9, unfortunately, we lost Ryan Bourguignon. That might have been the noisy exhaust I heard a little bit earlier on. So the timer expired just over 20 seconds ago. The battle's still very much pertinent at the sharper end of the field, especially with those battling for the likes of 8th, 9th and 10th. That's Radenkovic, Jonkers and Van der Pavert as the final lap is underway. Timo Jungling is not that far behind. He's put in another, fastest lap of the race. Take a bow, James Anagnostiidis, 57.242 seconds. And there goes Jungling. He fires it up the inside of Krik Knoren. He looks to the outside. Anagnostiidis has got the ringside seat. He's through on Knoren, through turn 4, through turn 5. He slots into 4th position. Jungling up to 3rd. But what does Anagnostiidis have in the tank to try and see maybe if he can get one up on Timo Jungling? It's going to be coming down to the wire, but you never know. Anything is possible, especially in motorsport these days. And Anagnostiidis lost out 4th place just then, but Casper Schormans wins 2nd. Well done, Thomas Ingram Hill. Rounding out the top 3, it is going to be Timo Jungling. Krik Knoren pips James Anagnostiidis for 4th ahead of Max Swiderski. Thies van Wijk, Mateo Denkovic, Mika van der Pavert making up 16 positions from 24th on the grid to finish 9th ahead of Olivier Jonkers. Was Maximov, Max Cuthbert. They round out the top 12. August Raver, Zach Heslop and Hugo Lacroix round out the top 15. Luca Moulin, Sebastian Koch, Boluet, Ruben Verheyen and Pierre Devaux round out the top 20. Callum Sims crosses the line in 21st position, with Leopold Fermin in 22nd place, being the last of the official finishers in that one, with Ryan Bourguignon retiring on lap 9, Tay Stevens on lap 3, and Kenneth van Markerke, unfortunately, on the opening lap, but Schormans winning by just under 4.7 seconds after 15 laps. Now we go into our last pre-final here on day number 1. It's going to be DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Well, Maxime Dirix managed to put it on pole position. He's going to have countryman Tom Bracken alongside on the front row. Nicolas Picot took pole position earlier on today for DD2 Masters. Starts on the inside of row number 2, and he's got the DD2 points leader along, a fellow points leader alongside him, Enzo Bol in the 404 representing the Netherlands. The returning Morgan Riche decides to go out to race for a change. He'll be on the inside of row number 3 alongside the legend that is Mr. Uno Mas Nicolas Guillaume, who's been very busy studying for his exams next week in the lead up to this weekend. It's father and son on row number 4. It's Carl Klebor, the backer, the fastest baker in Flanders, on the inside of row number 4, alongside son Jordi in the 406. Dominic Hummels and the returning Ronald Billings round out the top 10. We did have Jamie on the grid, but unfortunately Jamie is a non-starter. So 10 drivers making up the complete grid ahead of their pre-final, which will take place over a duration of 13 minutes plus an additional lap. So the revs start to rise. The lights, do they go green? Looks like they have done so as the drivers make their way into turn number 1. Maxime Dirix leading the way. Nicolas Picot and Morgan Riche tag teamed their way past Tom Bracken and Enzo Bol to get through. Morgan Riche looking up briefly up the inside into Nicolas Picot. Looks like it is actually well, the time hasn't started counting down, so we have got more than likely a full start in progress. Looks to be the case. Yeah, looks like there were a couple of drivers at the back end of the field weren't quite close enough. So the red lights are back on the starting gantry. So hopefully this time we will get a clean start. Looks like everyone seems to be in very, very good formation as the revs will start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've had a light problem. They tried to extinguish the lights. So Nicolas Picot just gesticulating about things, but it's getting a bit rough and ready out there. And the red flag is going to be brought out because the lights did not go out. So they will. So it is going to be a red flag condition, and they are being told to slow. Red flag is being unfurled, ready on the start-finish line. Well, after a technical issue, okay. So, after a technical issue with regards to the lights not going out on the second attempt of a start, we are going to get back underway with the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final. So Maxime Dirix and Tom Bracken make it an all-Belgian front row. Nicolas Picot and Enzo Bol will be on row 2. And they are both the respective points leaders in the championship for DD2 Masters and DD2 respectively. Morgan Riche makes a return in the 569. He's on the inside of Nicolas Guillaume in the 444. Carl and Yori Clebo, that's father and son, on row number 4 with Dominic Hummels and Ronald Billings making a return to the championship. That rounds out the 10-strong grid. Jamie Billings, unfortunately, not starting. So 13 minutes on the timer for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Maxime Dirix looking to get himself a little bit further up and look to contest for the title at the final round at Karting Genk in the opening weekend of October this year. Drivers slowly crawl their way through the last turn here at Racing Kart JPR and Ostricourt. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. They are into turn number 1. As someone goes a little bit wide. Maxime Dirix leads the way second. It is Nicolas Picot, but probably for not much longer as Tom Bracken looking towards the inside through into turn 3. Can't get the job done. I think that was Enzo Bol that was running a bit slow coming out of turn 1. Morgan Riche up into 4th place. 5th is Nicolas Guillaume. Enzo Bol looks to be... Enzo Bol is at the back of the field at the moment, behind Ronald Billings. They're all line astern. It's like a game of Snake on a Nokia 3210, if anyone might remember when those phones came out. That was the game he got with it, as there goes Nicolas Picot up the inside of Maxime Dirix to take the overall race lead and still keep the lead in DD2 Masters. Dirix looks for an undercut on the inside of Picot, but you've got to do better than that to get past the 537 on his own turf, as we got 2 wheels kicking up the dirt, up the inside, through into turn number 1. Well, was that a move from a certain Maxime Dirix on Morgan Riche? It was. Now he goes defensive, returns the favour. And Nicolas Guillaume defends sternly against Enzo Bol. But Nicolas Picot leads the way. Maxime Dirix in 2nd. 3rd, it's Tom Bracken. 4th, it's Morgan Riche, who's gone old school. His front fairing is completely off the cut. The 569 will very shortly be more than likely given the mechanical black flag, and that will end his race. So that that Kart Republic chassis has got no front fairing. There's no protection at the front end of that. And Morgan Riche's feet are now exposed. Nicolas Guillaume looking to try and get through, and he's also battling away with Enzo Bol, so he's between a rock and a hard place at the moment. So it will be a mechanical black flag for Morgan Riche. Up the inside go Guillaume and Bol. I think that Morgan Riche has probably just lifted off the accelerator as if to say, right, okay, I know for a fact that that is the case. Mechanical black flag is now being shown. Oh, this is getting a bit feisty here between Bracken, Picot and Dirix. And Dirix gets through. Bracken nearly looks for the inside off of turn number 5. Tried to stick a nose up the inside of the 499, but Dirix held his ground. Possibly a slight bit of a touch between the two. But no harm, no foul right there. Through the curbing, line astern again. The trio were just covered by 0.34 of a second. Bracken now looking for the race lead from Dirix. Everyone else is going to start closing on in. But Dirix leads the way, going very, very defensive on Bracken out of the final corner. They complete lap number 3. Bracken looking to the inside, and the 418 from Belgium makes it through to take the overall race lead, but Dirix is not done yet. Dirix looking to the outside through at turn number 3. That's going to open the door for Nicolas Picot for a brief moment. And Dirix gets back through on the DD2 Masters race leader in 3rd position. Nicolas Guillaume battling away with Enzo Bol. It was a little bit of a touch. Guillaume wide as a result of a little bit of a squeeze from the 404. They still managed to circulate on the track itself. But well, it looks like Tom Bracken looking to pull away, but Nicolas Picot gets through on Maxime Dirix to retake second. Still holds the race lead in DD2 Masters to the 5.37. Has raced, well, I've commentated on him in a multitude of categories. DD2 being one of them, DD2 Masters, and also when he was running as a senior. So Tom Bracken leading the way, 8 minutes and 55 seconds still remaining on the timer, plus an additional lap. There is Jordi Clébaut and the triple four of Nicolas Guillaume. That is the battle for sixth position. Karl Clébaut, in the meantime, has made his way up into fifth place, runs P2. Well, he's running with Danny Brandt at the moment, so it's good to see that a Dutchman always likes returning to continental Europe when he's been located in the UAE for quite a few years. Not. As long as it's hot weather, Danny Brandt is absolutely fine. He's absolutely peachy. So 8 minutes and 11 seconds still to go. Tom Bracken's lead now is 0.586 of a second. Picot just puts in the fastest lap of the race, 56.815. Maxime Dirix rounds out the top three, 0.9 separate them. That gap could look to close, but Enzo Bol has been like a freight train at the moment. He's currently in fourth position. And Enzo Bol, on that last lap, did a 56.874. 59 thousandths slower than the fastest driver out there. Nicolas Picot in second place and running as the DD2 Masters class leader. Of course, Morgan Riche, after the his kart decided to go old school and have no front bumper on it. Back in the 60s and 70s. He has retired the kart on lap number 3. So, Tom Bracken did have a lead of nearly 0.6 of a second. That lacks to extend. That is now 3/4 of a second, and he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 56.750 by the youngster from Belgium. Both he and Enzo Bol, like a few drivers for this year, have actually moved straight away up from juniors to DD2. So Bracken being one of them, Bol being one of them, Maxime Ostricourt and Thomas Rudokas I have to give a shout out to because they've done exactly the same thing. So personal best improvements on lap pace. In the previous lap it was Tom Bracken in first, Dirix, Bol, Nicolas Guillaume, Jordi Clébaut, and also Dominic Hummels in the number 577. Ronald Billings still racing out there on the circuit. Great to see him back in the championship. It's been a while since the last time. I think it was last year maybe. Tom Bracken now expanding his lead even further. He just went 2/10 quicker than Picot in second position, who's really coming under the kibosh from Dirix and Bol, who are third and fourth respectively overall, but second and third in DD2. So this will give Maxime Dirix 52 points in terms of his tally so far this season. Of course, drop scores will really start playing their hand in the final round of the championship on the first weekend of October this year. As there are the father and son duo, Karl and Jordi Clébaut. Karl himself a multi-time BNL karting series and Belgian Max Challenge champion. Karl actually took his first title back in 2010 when DD2 Masters was introduced, so he's a 3-time. So both he and him and Christoph Adams have also won that championship. And of course, Danny Brandt won the championship in 2011, the year after Karl. So was the second ever DD2 Masters champion in BNL karting series history. Jim Ringelberg is still competing in karting these days. Paul Louveau and Rudy Champion, the only two drivers outside of the Benelux region that have actually secured the championship. Champion 2020, Louveau, the outgoing champion, as he took the title last year. Due to conflicts with other championships, he's been unable and a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to defend his title, but I'm sure that he'll be going for a ticket for the Grand Finals in Bahrain. Bracken now leads by nearly 1.3 seconds. Pico further expanding his lead over DD2, and that has now gone to close to half a second. Enzo Bolifer, the 3/10 behind. There are the father and son duo. Father leading son. It's really nice when you see family members like father and son, brother and sister competing. We've also got that with the Anagnosiades family this weekend. Not necessarily in the same category, but James running in junior, Ivor running in senior, and then we've got the father and son running in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Not necessarily in that order when it comes to the classes, but 3.5 minutes to go, and there is still an opportunity for Maxime DD2 to try and close up on Nicolas Picot, but Picot over the last 3 laps has just been consistently faster. Tom Bracken did have a lead that was a little bit less than what we have now, which is 1.6 seconds. Maxime DD2 is still in 3rd place, 2.1 seconds behind Tom Bracken. Enzo Bol still keeping this a 3-horse race for 2nd place as we head into the final 3 minutes plus 1 lap. Now the sun looks to be increasing its intensity. The air temperature now is 24 degrees Celsius. Looks to be very, very sunny right the way through until we conclude the racing action here today at Racing Kart JPR in Ostricourt. And that should be at around about 5, well, depending on any delays or stoppages, probably between 5 and 5:15 this evening. But Tom Bracken comfortably cruising. And now has a 2-second lead. His last lap, well, the last 3 laps have been round about a 56.5 second average. On lap 11, well, the lap they've just completed, lap 11, 56.564. Then lap 10 set the fastest lap of the race of 56.432. Look at the way that they are 2nd, 3rd and 4th are walloping through on the curves on the chicane at the top part of the circuit that goes towards the top right corner, where you start to get twisty and technical, and you still have to use momentum carry quite significantly. There's a 56.432 for Bracken's 10th lap. He's now just done lap 12 and has got even quicker. So he's done a 56.376 this lap, 56.564 last lap, and the previous lap to that, 56.432. So Tom Bracken's run of consistency and pure race trim is nothing to be sniffed at all. It's actually quite mighty when you can do that at such a consistently high level. And when you think about the young drivers that are now coming into DD2, moving away from seniors, it is quite fascinating how they adapt very quickly from going to direct drive to a non-chain driven gearbox kart. It's still holding on to that third position overall, but is effectively 2nd in DD2. Bracken's going to look to pick up another victory. He's 2 laps away from doing so. Bracken has been absolutely masterful in this one, and he's just put in a 56.5. Picot 56.7. DD2 say 56.7, or close to 56.7. Enzo Bol mid-tier 56.6. Guillaume is also improving. It's just under a 56.7 for the 444. But Bracken has a lead of just over 2.5 seconds. The timer now expires for the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final. And here comes the race leader across the line. Tom Bracken now sees the final lap board. Picot sees it, a further 2.6 seconds behind him. Maxime DD2 has just put in his fastest lap of the race. It was very, very close to Picot. 56.580 for DD2 Picot, 56.703. So coming down to the final throws of what has been an interesting first few races so far here at Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt for the third and penultimate round of the 2023 BNL Karting Series season. DD2 really is trying to look for an opportunity in the last few corners. He's right with Picot. Is he going to go for it? The answer might be a definitive yes, but Picot's going to hold on. Enzo Boll trying to get the crossover. Bracken wins the race. Picot takes second. Third goes to DD2. Fourth is Enzo Boll, who, after the start, absolutely bogged down like nobody's business and ended up stone dead last. But he finishes fourth. That puts DD2 second. DD2 in second position in DD2. Enzo Boll in third. So Bracken will pick up a maximum score. Picot will pick up a maximum score as they won their respective classes. So Maxime DD2 in third, Enzo Boll fourth, Nicolas Guillaume fifth, Carl Klebor, Dominic Hummels and Ronald Billings round out the eighth that finished the race. Yuri Klebor, an unfortunate retirement with 3 laps to go. And Morgan Riche with a front fairing going exit stage right did not finish the race and ended on lap number 3.
zoontjes.
En
Mika,
ja.
Mika die
Ja.
kleine en daar met die paashelm.
Ah, oké.
Dus de blauw-roze.
Oh ja, ja.
Twee, ja.
Nee, wel chic. Ja.
Nou, Mika die is een hele slechte kwalificatie, is die 24ste. Maar nou, net is die 9e, maar dan hebben we de 2 straf, is die 7e. Dus in de finale kan hij nog goed, goed naar voren komen.
Ja. Oh, dat is wel goed.
De snelheid was net goed, dus ja, en Ralf die ging net kapot ook, dus die viel ook terug.
Ja.
Die moet ook gewoon weer knallen. Maar ja, dit is een moeilijke klasse.
Hoe oud?
Ralf is 16.
Oh ja.
Ralf is 16, Mika is 14. Ja. Ja, 16 is alweer een mooie leeftijd. Ik ga elke keer met hem mee, maar ik heb nou echt een beetje ruzie, maar
Ja, dat
loopt
is
niet.
ook wel.
Het loopt niet zo lekker. Ik zeg, zoek het maar uit.
Ja.
Dus nou ging een ander met hem mee.
Ja.
Maar normaal gesproken dan ga je naar binnen en dan komt
Welcome back as we start up with the final 7 races of day 1 of the penultimate round of the BNL Karting Series for 2023. Up next, it's Heat 3, Senior Road Tax. Groups A versus D, and here is your starting grid. Dion van Verven will be on pole position. Theo Lemoyne will be alongside. Austin on the front row. Austin Lee and Leith Mulmina will be on row 2. Paul Forquemin and Kai Hunter, row 3. Luke Neeson and Kamal Murad and Sean Butcher will round out the top 10. Iva Adagnostiadis will be joined by Khalid Al-Maraji on row 6. René de Bruyker and Lockie Robinson, row 7. Simon Perigny and Matthias Flamand will be on row 8, ahead of Scott Westhovens, Ralph van der Pevert, Faisal Al-Yafel and Bram Ossevarda, completing the 20-strong grid. Once again, as per the previous race, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. We have had 2 different winners from 2 different races so far. Heat 1, Lewis Gilbert. Heat 2, Kai Hunter. Could it be 3 from 3 here today? Well, in a few moments' time, folks, we will find out accordingly as to who will make it to the, well, effectively, who will take the checkered flag first and win the race. So the drivers now slow as they head through into the final corner here at Ostricourt. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Dion van Verven, being followed into turn number 1 by the likes of Paul Forquemin and Mitch Haynert, but Austin Lee holds station in second position as they make their way through into turn 3 for the first time. Mitch Haynert going high, wide and handsome around the outside of Paul Forquemin. Did he make the boost stick going through into the next left-hander? He did indeed. That was a great job there from the 3:05 from the Netherlands, and he's in front of one of the most, if not the most experienced senior road tax driver that I know of. So Kamal Murad looks to have gone past Leith Mulmina from Saudi Arabia, as up the inside of Paul Ford-Quemin goes Kai Hunter. That is now fourth for the UK driver as they head through into the final few technical corners here at Ostricourt as they sweep through the final right-hander, which has a bit of a deceptive right-hand down camber. Van Verven leads, Lee in second, Heine, Hunter, Ford-Quemin, Mrad, Mumina, Butcher, Anagnostiadis and Perigny round out the top 10. Theo Lemoigne down all the way into 18th position, but that was very close there. Austin Lee looked for a move on. Dion Van Verven loses 2 positions, drops down to 4th behind Mitch Heine and Kai Hunter. And now the lead changes. Dion Van Verven goes a little bit deep, and all of a sudden Mitch Heine leads a race for the first time this season. Now Kai Hunter up the inside of the 377. Austin Lee also might get through at this point, but he's got to run wheel to wheel onto the grass and kicking up the dust. Van Verven loses major time and also major track positions. Butcher's through, Mrad through, amongst others. New race leader on lap number 3. It's Mitch Heine from the Netherlands. Kai Hunter trying to chase him down. Austin Lee in 3rd. Paul Ford-Quemin in 4th there. We just saw a brief look at the livery on Eva Anagnostiadis' kart, the 396 representing Australia. And at the end of lap 2, she was 8th place. But Austin Lee just ahead of Paul Ford-Quemin. And I think Paul Ford-Quemin is about double the age of Austin Lee. Sean Butcher keeping it pinned round the outside of Kamal Murad. The Aussie in the 348 running with GKS Lemons Power. And the 2-time BNL Senior Rotax champion, last year's runner-up and last year's European champion. There's a dive bomb from Van Verven, gets him back through on Murad. That's for 6th place. And now the race lead is in the hands of Kai Hunter. Heat 2 winner earlier on. Kamal Murad fires one back up the inside of Dion Van Verven through turn number 1, but the 377 Privateer on the CRG is giving the Aussie something to think about. Simon Perigny now just behind Lockie Robinson in the 326. That's the battle for 8th place. Luke Neeson looks to have gotten past Iva Anagnostiadis. That's for the final position in the top 10. Halfway through the race, halfway to go. Got a long way to go, but a short time to get there. But it is about making decisive overtakes when the opportunity presents itself. If you know that you're going to go for that gap and it's 110% self-confidence and self-belief that you have, then you're going to go for that move. But sometimes there is the also de facto risk versus reward situation. Kai Hunter still leading, and his lead now is nearly half a second over Mitch Heine. Austin Lee rounds out the top 3 positions. Paul Ford-Quemin has a very fired up Sean Butcher behind him, who's less than half a kart length behind the 313 from France. Butcher will wait until the absolute last moment to send it up the inside. Dion Van Verven and Kamal Murad swapping positions again. The Australian in the 348 now still running in 6th position. So the 377 trying to do his level best. Butcher waiting. There's going to be an opportunity, I think, going into turn number 1 for the UK driver, originally from Australia, now based out of London. And greetings to his Sean's dad, Glenn. I hope you're watching, buddy. I hope you're keeping well. Coming up to the last couple of minutes remaining. Still very close, all up and down the field. And Eva Anagnostiadis, she's got herself back up into 10th position. So a great work rate for her. She celebrated a birthday last week. During earlier on this week, actually, just before she headed out from the UK over here to France, to Ostricourt. There is the likes of Kamal Murad, Dion Van Verven, closing in on Sean Butcher, who's holding on to 5th place at the moment, just behind Paul Ford-Quemin. going to come down to the wire, I think, in terms of who's going to end up second. Well, Mitch Haynert leads a BNL Karting Series race for, I think, the first time so far this season. That's going to fill him with a little bit of confidence going into his final heat later on today. And there's the move now. It was only a matter of time. Sean Butcher saw the window of opportunity through the right-hand hairpin at turn 3 and got the job done on Paul Voorkwemin. Kamal Murad now is in the slipstream, has got the opportunity, has the ringside seat. Van Verven could do something. Voorkwemin up the inside of Butcher, Van Verven up the inside of Murad, and they both make a place up. And Van Verven nearly got on the inside of Sean Butcher to get through on him for 5th place. And now he's trying to go for it into the next right-hand hairpin. Van Verven is through on Butcher. And Lockie Robinson joins the party. So does Perigny. So does Anagnostiidis. 2 laps remaining as Kai Hunter makes his way through the exit of turn 1. Look at the train behind Dion Van Verven, who's just been, he's just got up his inside. Right behind him, Sean Butcher. Butcher looks to the inside of him, going through into turn 3. Kamal Murad makes the move on Lachlan Robinson, who just got past him through out of the final corner. And that's a change for 5th, and that's a change for 7th. Great dueling, clean racing, and clean racing respect given. Kamal Murad up the inside of Dion Van Verven. Will he run wide? And there's a touch! A big touch! Kamal Murad spat off. So was Dion Van Verven. I don't know how the hell Lockie Robinson managed to get through all of that. My goodness me. It was going oh so well until that point. And the Nassau panel on Kamal Murad is askew and pointing inside the front fairing to the right-hand side. That is a real shame. There is Faisal Al-Yafel trying to get through on them. Lockie Robinson drops to 10th place as we go on to the final lap. So that has really put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. And never would I think for the fact that, well, Lockie Robinson trying to get through on Scott Westhovens. That's for 9th. Luke Neeson and Simon Perigny just up ahead. Not that long to go until we see the checkered flag here at Ostricourt for what has been a mainly very clean race. But the 3:35, there he is. Sunderland's very own Kai Hunter will now make his way through into the final corner here at Ostricourt at the Racing Kart JPR circuit. And he's going to pick up his 2nd win in a row. The young man from Sunderland does it again. Great job by Mitch Haynert with his best ever results in a BNL Karting Series race this season. He takes 2nd ahead of Austin Lee from Germany. Rounding out the top 6, it's Paul Voorkwemin, Sean Butcher, and well done, Eva Anagnostiidis, rounding out the top 6 places. Luke Neeson, Simon Perigny, Scott Westhovens, and the luckiest out of the 3 that had an incident with a couple of laps to go, Lockie Robinson, round out the top 10. Ruben de Broeke, 11th, Ralph van der Pevert, Matthias Flamand, then we got Bram Ossevaarde rounding out the top 14, Theo Lemoigne rounding out the top 15, Dion Van Verven and Kamal Murad round out 16th and 17th with Faisal Ayafel, Leith Mumina and Khalid Al-Maraji completing all 20 drivers who finished all 9 laps of racing.
Wie is die aan?
Bij ons, ja, niet bij ons, als monteur van team.
Oh, oké.
We hebben hier een feest op daar. Zo juist ben je helemaal niet. Zo erg over. Jongens.
Hij was pas ook in Amsterdam. Hè?
Nee, daar was ik niet bij. Niet zo.
Maar jongens, ik heb hem gehoord.
Ja, hier staat hij wel in het programma. Ja. Maar die andere die heeft een beetje van de fiets was hij een beetje hetzelfde.
Ja, dat zag ik.
En nou verneukt hij gewoon echt eerst in die kwart. En net zat hij te kotsen in zijn helm bij de tweede. En daarna pakt hij het weer op, rijdt hij wel weer sneller rond. Ja, dat is echt misselijk. Heel ziek. Maar hij wil wel rijden, dus dat is goed.
Dat is niet niks.
Hij heeft er wel mee geld. Daar heb ik niks voor. Laat hem maar weer bezig. Ik had van die kleine meer verwacht. Dat moet echt weg. Heb je extra schoenen aan?
Dat hadden wij ook. En toen hebben we hem klappen gegeven. Nee, ik ging niet tot me geweest.
Maar werkt het? Stond het niet.
Oh, wacht even, dan loop nog een keer mee naar binnen.
Nee, daarom ik wat je met. Bij. Gisteren helemaal. Gisteren. Nou, dat
Well, we get underway with our fourth heat for senior Rotax. It's groups B versus C, and here is your starting grid. Jod van Wijk and Vic Stevens will be on the front row. It's an all-Dutch row two with Enzo Dickenberg partnered with Tommy van der Stroys, Pierre-Louis Dorgat and Ethan Jeff Hall on row three, Jaden Teen and Montego Masson, row four. Completing the top 10, it's Lewis Gilbert and Lawrence Herboz with Matti Sturlo, Spencer Brom, Sverre Ubben, Kaz Boshaus, Buzz Janssen, Days Dams, Louis Primopont, Park Gubbles, Vada Al-Sulaiti and Kai Hillerts rounding out the 20-strong grid. So the drivers now go on to their sighting lap, their formation lap, ahead of another 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So we've had 2 different winners from 3 races, 2 for Kai Hunter, 1 for Lewis Gilbert. So the drivers are instructed to slow as they come out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. First time, and it's a good start from Jort van Wijk, who leads the field, but big moment. Big moment. 3 to 4 karts involved. Enzo Dickenberg was over the top of somebody else. That might be Vic Stevens that might have been looking up the inside, trying to get through. It was a big old moment. I counted at least 4 to 5 karts involved, including those that were caught up in the crossfire. But Jort van Wijk leads the way. Second place, that is going to be more than likely Vic Stevens. Third, it is going to be, well, no, that is a Lando Norris kart I've just seen. And that is the 380 of Jaden Teen. So, great start by the 380. Where did Jaden Teen was on the inside of row number 4 and has just gotten it up into 3rd place behind Lewis, I think. Well, that is Lewis Gilbert. So Gilbert, after a result of that incident, has gone all the way from 9th to 2nd. And Jort van Wijk leads after the opening lap. Lewis Gilbert exactly 0.3 of a second behind him. Jaden Teen, Montego Masson, Sverre Ubben, Mattis Turlo, Spencer Brougham up to 7th. As the leaders are getting very, very close indeed. Kai Gillerts has made his way up to at least 9th, maybe even make that 8th at this moment in time when I'm talking about it. I'm not too sure if he's gotten past Lawrence Herboz at the minute, but Spencer Brougham is in 7th. And we have had a red flag stoppage with 5 minutes and 35 seconds. I'm completely honest with you, I am not at all surprised we have a red flag stoppage here at the circuit. So our first significant delay with a red flag stoppage in progress as we speak. So drivers will now make their way to the start-finish line as we speak. So we have gone back to a full restart after the red flag with a minute and 25 completed. But here's the starting grid. We're going to be starting back where we were just a few moments ago. Jort van Wijk and Vic Stevens will be on the front row. Then it will be Enzo Dickenberg and Tommy van der Sloijs on row 2. Pierre-Louis Gorka and Ethan Jeff Hall, row 3. Jaden Teen, Montego Masson, Lewis Gilbert and Lawrence Herbose round out the top 10. Mathis Turlo, Spencer Brom, Sverre Ubben, Kaz Boshaus, Baz Janssen, Thijs Dams, Louis Grimaupont, Pat Gabbles, Bader Al-Suleti and Kai Gelatz round out the 20-strong grid. So the revs rise once again. The lights go out first time, and we're underway with the second time of this fourth senior road tax heat. A lot cleaner start. Enzo Dickenberg not going over the back end of somebody else as they hurtle their way through into turn number 2. Now into turn 3 for the opening tour. At the moment, Jort van Wijk is leading the way as the field makes its way through into the infield section here at Ostricourt. And there's going to be a little bit of a change for these drivers. So at the front end of the field, well, we've just seen that Jaden Teen has made his way up into what is effectively third place, having just got past Enzo Dickenberg in the 352. There's Lewis Gilbert, started 9th, now up into a genuine 4th position as a result of that overtake. So after the opening lap, Jort van Wijk leads over Vic Stevens by nearly half a second. Jaden Teen, Lewis Gilbert, Enzo Dickenberg, Tommy van der Sloijs, Mathis Turlo, Montego Masson, Sverre Ubben and Ethan Jeff Hall round out the top 10. There has been a change because that might have been the fact that somebody else will make that 2 or 3 people. I think Tommy van der Sloijs, Mathis Turlo and Montego Masson have all made their way past Enzo Dickenberg in the 352. So Jaden Teen makes his way past Vic Stevens for 2nd position. And the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, not too far behind. Vic Stevens quickly looking to go late on the brakes into the next right-hand hairpin. No dice there, I'm afraid. Montego Masson starting to really heat up the battle. There's Jaden Teen trying to close that gap onto Jort van Wijk. Across the line after lap number 2. Gap is 2.5 tenths between the leaders. And now here comes the charge of Lewis Gilbert up the inside of Vic Stevens. It's not going to happen there, but Tommy van der Sloijs up the inside of the 316 from Scotland. And van der Sloijs is through to take 4th from Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert was trying to get through on Stevens went defensive. Gilbert kept it pinned to the inside, and there's the change for the lead. Jaden Teen through on Jort van Wijk to get the race lead as we're over the halfway point of lap number 3. Mathis Turlo now gets past on Tommy van der Sloijs. Lewis Gilbert now finds himself back into 4th position. Montego Masson just behind. Van der Sloijs loses another position. That was Ethan Jeff Hall that's just got through on him. And right behind the 354 from the Netherlands, there's Sverre Ubben. At the moment, Kai Gelatz is running at the top 12. I think he's going to very shortly be in the top 10 as we're just under 35 seconds away from the halfway point of this race. Lap 3 in the books. Jaden Teen now has over a 4/10 of a second advantage over Jort van Wijk, and that looks to climb a little bit more. There goes Vic Stevens up the inside of the 333 to take 2nd position. And what are Stevens and Van Wijk doing? They've just opened the door up so badly then. They've just like literally given the biggest window of opportunity available to the 3 drivers behind, and they are Lewis Gilbert, Montego Masson and the 905 of Mathis Turlo. if that gap was any wider, Lewis Gilbert would have been up there quicker than a rat up a drain pipe. It's like saying to someone you don't know, give them the keys to your house and through you go, open it up, it's yours. Montego Masson trading sidewall touches with York Van Wyk, but Gilbert gets through. There's Ethan Jeff Hall, lunge from out of nowhere, going through into the final corner on Matisse Turlo. So the 397 gets through. And that's for 6th. Kai Gillet's now halfway up the field, and we've still got just under 3 minutes to go. There's Sverre Ubben up the inside of Matisse Turlo. Up the inside of Jort Van Wyk go Montego Masson and Ethan Jeff Hall at turn number 3. Sverre Ubben, and there is also Lawrence Herbose. That means that Matisse Turlo drops all the way down to 9th position. Maybe make that 8th because there is Sverre Ubben just behind. There's Gillet's in the background there too. Gone rather interesting, hasn't it now? 2 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap remaining on the timer. Well, out of these drivers here, who's going to be the beginning of the train when we see the checkered in about 3 minutes' time? Could it be that driver there in the 374? Could it be the driver there in the 354? The jury's out on that one because there is a bit of a breakaway. Jaden Teen, Vic Stevens and Lewis Gilbert, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, are covered by 8.5 tenths. We've just done 5 laps. We're on to lap number 6. And there's Ethan Jeff Hall up the inside of Montego Masson. Ethan Jeff Hall runs wide. 2 wheels onto the grass coming out of turn 3. And he's just lost 3 positions at the drop of a hat through 2 corners. I think just carried a little bit too much speed, went wide and whoops, off. And 3 people just go, thank you very much for opening the door for me. That's Sverre Ubben up the inside of Jort Van Wyk, so that is now a change for position. That is for 7th, or maybe make that 6th. This is how close it is. There's Gillet's, looking a bit menacing in the background. Has anyone got the Jaws theme music in their ear? Because I definitely have on that one. Ethan Jeff Hall back up the inside of Jort Van Wyk. And Matisse Turlo trying to get through as they sweep into the right-hander. This is going to be close. Matisse Turlo, that's Kai Gillet's up the inside. Van der Stroys threads the eye of the needle behind Kai Gillet's, and they both get through for 8th and 9th respectively. Sometimes it's not always about being at the sharp end of the field and leading the way. Sometimes your character as a racing driver is built through comebacks through the field. You know you've got the waft, you know you've got the pace behind you, but you want to prove that in spades, and that is exactly what Kai Gillet's has done in this race, and also the previous one too. So coming up to the last 15 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap. And Jaden Teen still has the lead over Vic Stevens. The gap is nearly 4 tenths of a second. So lap 8 underway out of 9. So out of these 3, folks, pick a winner. Pick a card, any card. Because with 6 tenths of a second separating these 3, it's going to be a little bit more of... And there's the move for second. Gilbert up the inside through what is the last right-hand hairpin on this circuit. Gilbert manages to thread the eye of the needle, sends it up the inside. 1 more lap remaining. And at the minute, Lewis Gilbert is on course for a first and a second so far. But Jaden Teen is just over 3/4 of the lap away from picking up his first heat victory with his new team, his first race victory with said new team in the BNL Karting Series, Dan Holland Racing. So now into the infield section, Gilbert and Stevens. It's a kart length between 2nd and 3rd. It's 0.154 between the pair as they cross the line to start the 9th and final lap. But Jaden Teen is comfortable enough. Young man from the Netherlands. Doing a sterling job on the Lando Norris kart chassis. Underneath him, the 380 from the Netherlands becomes the third different winner in 4 different heats here at Ostricourt. Jaden Teen wins heat number 4. In senior Rotax, Lewis Gilbert takes second. A good run by the Pride of Scotland so far. Ahead of Vic Stevens, Monty Gomassen, Sverre Ubben, Ethan Jeff Hall, and from 20th on the grid, over 8 minutes ago, or 9 minutes ago, Kai Rilletz, no word of a lie, the waft was with him on that Strawberry Racing OTK chassis, putting him 7th at the end of it. Jot van Wyk, Tommy van der Sloys, and Thijs Daams rounds out the top 10. Kaz Boshouse, Lawrence Herbols, Bader Al-Suleti, Baz Janssen, Louis Grimopont, Enzo Dickenberg, Mathis Turlo, Pat Gubbles, and Pierre-Louis Durca round out the top 19. Spencer Brougham on the privateer 356 CRG chassis, finishing a lap down off of the leaders. But Jaden Teen becomes the third different winner in 4 different heats here in Ostricourt. Time to get underway with our first of 3 finals here on day 1. It's Minimax and Minimax Rookie. Here is your starting grid. So Jacob Ashcroft and Lars Lambers line up on the front row. Jack Freeman and Rory Armstrong will be on row number 2. Jack Freeman did finish second, but had a post-race penalty for the pre-final. So he will start on the inside of row number 2. Rory Armstrong will be alongside him. Vic van Kampenhout and Thomas Verheyen make it an all-Belgian affair on row number 3, followed by the 185 of Lieke van Berkel and the 165 of Denmark's Finn Albert Jorgensen. The UK's Maria Roberto in the 152 and Belgium's Bran van der Weken in the 196 round out the top 10. The 18 competitors on this grid will be completed by the following drivers: Victor Reutz, Tristan Shays, Paulin Van Preet, George Desmay, and then we've also got Jeff Verbeek, Leon Herbots, Tristan Abiels, and Saif Obaidili. Obaidili, there we go. Right, I will try and make a beeline for the driver and parent and say, can you tell me how the name is said? I do always try my best, and of course it's great to have Jordanian and also representation from Saudi Arabia. Of course, Saudi Arabia had the opportunity of having their first qualified driver, or one of the first, if not the first qualified driver last year at the Grand Finals in Portimao. So the mini and mini rookie drivers getting themselves very tightly packed, and that's a very good thing to see. It just shows that they do want to make a good example and provide us with a first time lights out start, because the drivers now make their way through out of the final corner. The revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It is a false start called. So we go around, and in the words of Daft Punk, one more time. So these drivers will have to make their way around again. So they do have to go around again, and on this particular occasion, sometimes when the race starter sees the formation and is not 100% happy, that's exactly why we go around again. And it just helps the drivers to refocus, reset, and get everything ready. So they'll want to be primed and ready to react accordingly to the start. And the drivers again slowing to a call a little bit earlier on the circuit than we normally see with some of the other classes that take part in the BNL karting series. So, red lights on the gantry, 13 minutes on the timer. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out this time, and it's a good start by the front row. Good start by the two Dan Holland racing carts of Ashcroft and Freeman as they make their way up the field through into turns 1 and 2 around the track. And it looks like Vic van Kampenhout has got an absolutely brilliant launch. He's up into third. Well, he was third until Rory Armstrong just went up the inside of him. So Rory Armstrong now finds himself into P3. And Armstrong doing a good job there. Jack Freeman is very, very close indeed to Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft has just been the tour de force this season so far. Looks over his right shoulder, so does Jack Freeman. And in front of Vic van Kampenhout, there's a move by Thomas Verheyen on Lieke van Berkel. 180 on 185, so that was a change, I think, more than likely for 6th position. So after lap number 1, it's exactly as it was for the majority of the last race. Ashcroft leads from Freeman. Now it's Armstrong in 3rd, Van Kampenhout in 4th, Thomas Verheyen, Lars Lambers, Lieke van Berkel, Finn Albert Jorgensen, Maria Roberto and George Dismay. Looks like Bran van der Weken has dropped all the way down to the back end of the field. Not too sure if the 196 is, well, he might be at the back end of it, but look at the train behind Vic van Kampenhout, and it is further expanding. I see Verheyen, Lambers, Van Berkel, Jorgensen, Roberto, amongst others. So this is really going to be close pack racing here at Ostricourt for these mini and mini rookie drivers. Rory Armstrong starting to close on in. There's a move from Lars Lambers up the inside of Thomas Verheyen. That was at the back part of the circuit, going through into the sweeping right-hand hairpin. So a good move there by the 142. And the tempo increases. It's being pushed. And Bran van der Weken is out. Oh, that's a real shame for the 196. Bran van der Weken out of this final, and that's going to be a real shame for him. Oh, moment there for Vic van Kampenhout. He ran wide, and Lars Lambers was straight up the inside of there. Quicker than you can say the word jump. Lieke van Berkel holding on to position in front of Finn Albert Jorgensen. Maria Roberto and Tristan Shays are 9th and 10th respectively. Well, it is actually Tristan Shays in front of Maria Roberto now. Or no, that was Thomas Verheyen. And Maria Roberto is doing a fantastic job at the moment. She's had a couple of appearances on the podium so far this year in the mini rookie class. And was grinning like the Cheshire Cat at Karting Genk earlier on this year. Ashcroft is now only half a second ahead of Jack Freeman. And look at the speed coming out of turn 1 from Vic van Kampenhout. He's trying to close in on Lars Lambers heading into turn 3. has to hold off. Discretion being the better part of valor. Finn Albert Jorgensen swarming all over the back bumper of Lieke van Berkel. Looks through the inside into turn 6. The left-hander, the Dane, gets through on the Dutch driver. Great anticipation. Big Vic van Kampenhout just waiting for his time to strike. Now he goes for the move up the inside. That is 4th for Vic van Kampenhout, the 124. One of a handful, if not the only driver. Oh, no! Slight touch between him and Lars Lambers, and Vic van Kampenhout is out of the kart. And he kicks the side pod twice. Make that 3 times, 4 times in frustration. The body language from Vic van Kampenhout, I can completely understand and appreciate. What a shame for Vic van Kampenhout. It might have just been the slightest bump over the curb. If that was the case, then that might have unsettled the chain, and Lars Lambers nearly got caught up in it all. Finn Albert Jorgensen up the inside of Lars Lambers. There's Thomas Verheyen. There's Lieke van Berkel. And who's got the ringside seat? It's Maria Roberto. Van Berkel up the inside of Verheyen. They nearly go 3 wide through into turn 6. And they all manage to get through. Verheyen gets through now on Jorgensen. There's Van Berkel and there's Roberto. Great racing from these youngsters in the mini and the mini rookie class, but I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted there for Vic van Kampenhout and his dad Steve. They work ever so hard to keep racing as they do against some of the big players in this industry. But 7 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Ashcroft, Freeman and Armstrong. That is a British top 3 lockout, and they are away and clear. Lambers, Verheyen, Van Berkel, Jorgensen, and I think for the first time this season, I'm going to say Maria Roberto is in 8th position. Great job by the young lady from the UK. Proud of her Italian heritage too. But it's going to be line astern between Verheyen, Van Berkel and Jorgensen and Roberto for what is 5th place. So 6 minutes and 55 seconds still to go. Drivers are going to be they've got to be very careful. Even the slightest bump over the curbs inadvertently can cause your front fairing to go out of position. And Verheyen has got Van Berkel right on the back bumper. Van Berkel through on the inside into turn 3. Does Jorgensen get through? It's going to be close. They're going to be wheel to wheel into the next left-hander. And Jorgensen unable to make the move stick. Just had to back out of it at the last moment. Going through into turn number 3. But Lieke van Berkel again providing some great racing. She showcased that. If people might remember 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago at Karting de Fagne, Lieke van Berkel was absolutely mighty on the Saturday. And once again, she is proving that in spades. I still remember, I think it was last year, she started off racing in micro, but switched to mini halfway through the season, aware of the progressive step that was going to be needed for this year. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise here. Jacob Ashcroft, 1 minute 1.529. Freeman and Armstrong still running in formation as Finn Albert Jorgensen looked up the inside through into turn 1 on Thomas Verheyen. And that would have been for 6th place. But again, this really goes to show how close the action in mini and mini rookie really is at this time. So Van Berkel still sternly defending from Verheyen. But still, these 3 drivers are in a league of their own. And the gap between 3rd and 4th is 3.6 seconds and rising. Battle between Van Berkel, Verheyen and Jorgensen still waging on. And here we see second and third place, Freeman and Armstrong. Freeman doing a fantastic job. The pace is definitely coming to the youngster from the UK. Van Berkel, again, still closing the door in front of Verheyen. She's making the 185 as wide as humanly possible when it comes to the rear bumper. That, in the meantime, is going to allow... There's Finn Albert Jorgensen. There is Maria Roberto. These four drivers round out the top 8 positions overall. And there could be an attempt here by Finn Albert Jorgensen. We'll look briefly into the penultimate left-hander. Did the 165 from Denmark. Gets the slipstream. And here comes Thomas Verheyen, but he's just lost a bag full of time. Just pulled out of the dirty air behind Lieke van Berkel, and the kart nearly came to an abrupt halt. Well, Verheyen's got through on Van Berkel. Finn Albert Jorgensen was looking briefly to the outside into the next left. Was unable to facilitate that move as the driver from RS Competition. Bumping over the curbs again through that chicane as they head towards the far part of the circuit. And Maria Roberto was actually the quickest out of Verheyen. Well, was quicker than Van Berkel, quicker than Verheyen, quicker than Jorgensen. Because they're battling, Maria has the opportunity to start closing it in bit by bit as they go around every single lap of this circuit. And look at these three here. Line astern going through turn 1 at full pelt. Probably the best part of 60 miles an hour, if not slightly more, going through into turns 1 and 2. But Van Berkel has got a head of steam, has got the speed, has got the waft, possibly could close in again on Thomas Verheyen, maybe towards the back part of the circuit. Bumping over the curbs through that last chicane on the top part of the circuit that leads into the sweeping right-hander that turns back in on itself. But still, the leaders are carrying on regardless. Nearly 3 seconds is the race lead that Jacob Ashcroft has at this time ahead of Jack Freeman. Rory Armstrong holding station in third place ahead of Lars Lambers and Thomas Verheyen. And Finn Albert Jorgensen looking up. Well, Van Berkel's got through on Verheyen, who's trying to mount a counter-offensive. Finn Albert Jorgensen wants to get through on the 180 as well. That's not quite happening yet. Heading into the dying moments of the first day of competition for the Mini and the Mini rookie drivers. And it's two Brits, the respective two Brits that are leading the way in the overall point standings, and also, by my calculations, will be leading the way after day number 1, as that's Jacob Ashcroft. Blue flags being waved. 2 drivers coming across the start-finish line. Well, as more than likely Tristan Abils, that's just been passed by race leader Jacob Ashcroft, who goes on to the 13th lap of this race. So this plus one more, like 14 laps completed at the end of it all. And Lieke van Berkel is up into a genuine 5th place on merit. The 185, the young lady from the Netherlands, doing a great job. Timer will now strike 0. That is it. 13 minutes have elapsed, plus an additional lap. Well, 13 minutes of a lap we've got elapsed. We've got one more lap after this one. The only thing I've just noticed is, Lieke van Berkel's front fairing is looking a little bit on the wobbly side. But they will have to inspect the bumpers. That's a last-minute move there from Finn Albert Jorgensen on Thomas Verheyen. And, oh, now, did someone just go into the pits? I thought someone had just dived into pit lane. As Finn Albert Jorgensen gets passed by Thomas Verheyen going through into turn 1. Jorgensen was actually ahead over the stripe, but the 180 retaliated and managed to use the slipstream. And again, Finn Albert Jorgensen trying to get through on Thomas Verheyen, but it's not quite working. But your race leader, Jacob Ashcroft, bumping, like violently thrashing the curbs, kicking 2 wheels up into the air. It's been a perfect day in the office for the young man from Western Supermare. One with the karts and circuit out of the final corner. It's not just the pre-final and pole position, it's the Grand Chelem for Jacob Ashcroft, which basically means he's done the full old clean sweep here at Ostricourt, winning by 2.792 seconds. Jack Freeman also doing his level best in terms of the mini rookie classification. That's 2 wins for the youngster who turns 9 years of age next week. Rory Armstrong makes it a clean sweep for the top 3 for the United Kingdom, via way of Northern Ireland, of course. Lars Lambers takes the 4th ahead of Lieke van Berkel, Thomas Verheyen, Finn Albert Jorgensen and Maria Roberto, completing a very, very closely packed second half of the top 8. Victor Reutz, George Desnay round out the top 10 ahead of Tristan Shays, Jeff Verbeek, Paulin van Preet, Leon Herboz, Saif Al-Obadli, and then we've got Tristan Abils rounding out the 16 who are finishers. Abils running 1 lap behind the rest of the field. Unfortunately, Vic van Kampen out having technical dramas on lap 3, possibly after bumping the curbs, and Bran van der Weken out on the opening lap.
Maar toen niemand hard ging, was ik de enige die hard ging. Dat was vaak. Ik kon op kracht hebben, niemand op kracht.
Nou hoef ik dat.
Toen ik met jonge jaren, hè, toen ik met jonge jaren ben ik geen dat ik al die motoren al hebben zijn rijden. Hè. Dat gebeurde van de
Time for our penultimate final of day one here at Ostricourt. It's time for Junior Rotax day one final. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Pole position is Kasper Schrommans. Alongside him will be Thomas Ingram Hill, with Timo Jungling and Krit Knoren completing the top two rows. James Aragnostiidis and Max Siderski will line up on row 3. Matej Radenkovic, Mika van der Pavet, row 4. Olivier Jonkers and August Raver complete the top 10. Zach Heslop, Thies van Wijk, Boris Maximov, Hugo Lacroix, Luca Moulau, Boluet, Max Cuthbert, Ruben Verheyen, Sebastian Koch and Pierre Deroux round out the top 20. Callum Sims, Leopold Fermin, and then we've got Ryan Bourguignon, Tay Stevens and Kenneth van Markerke rounding out the 25-strong grid. So it will be, instead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap, it will be 15 minutes plus an additional lap on this particular occasion. And after this, we will just have 3 more races to go to conclude the opening day of action here at Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt in France. And it's I think I'll probably speak for a lot of people who, it's been a little while since they've been here, and it's nice to come back to a track that is very much been enjoyed by many of the drivers that have been a part of the BNL karting series over the years. So red lights on the gantry, 15 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. The drivers exit out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise, lights are out. Good start by Schrommans as he leads the field into turn number 1. Timo Jungling gets a better start. We've got a pinball happening, pinball wizardry happening at the opening part of the circuit. There are 5 karts involved. 297, Zach Heslop. 230, well, quite a few drive. Oh my goodness. It has been a major incident. That is at least 1/5 of the field. So I see 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's 6 karts off of turn 1. That's 7. Tay Stevens out of his kart. That's 7. So that's 18 karts that will be continuing to circulate. So with the massive clear-up operation, we have got double waved yellows on the approach into turn number 1 here at Ostricourt. Yellow flags are being waved, and it is a full course yellow. Full course yellow has been implemented. The right call at that point, but it was a multi-kart incident. It was like there was a it was a big, you know, everyone running into turn 1. You're trying to get the jump on the opposition, and one person makes the slightest miscalculation, and it sets off a big chain reaction. And we are now going to have, the red flag's going to come out now, folks. The red flag will now be coming out. That is an extensive cleanup operation. So I would imagine you can just see, and the red flag with 13 minutes and 14 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. That is what remains of what has just happened. And we now have another red flag for the second time today. Just for those wondering at home, we have had a subsequent further incident off of the final corner, which has prompted the red flag. So we will have a lengthier delay as the medical team are currently en route to the outside of the final corner as we speak. So according to the timetable, what we will be doing is we will be next up at 4 p.m. We will be getting things back underway. We will be rescheduling the junior final till after the 2 senior Rotax heats this afternoon. So it will be DD2 and Masters up next for their final. Then Senior Max Heat 5 A versus C, Senior Max B versus D, and then we will have the Junior Rotax final afterwards. Thank you for your attention. So just a quick reminder again for those watching at home and also for those in the paddock, the Junior Max final for day 1 has now been neutralized. It will start from 0, and that will be rescheduled after after the next 3 races that are to take place. So we will now have a revised starting order of DD2 and Masters, day 1 final, Senior Heat 5, A versus C, Senior Heat 6, B versus D, and then after that, we will then start with the rescheduled Junior Rotax Day 1 final. Thank you.
denk je het niet, maar ze rijden allemaal vlak langs je palen. Nee, maar staat je op blikje fris, hè?
Allee, bye bye.
Bye bye, see you tomorrow. Thank you. Hij zit al in de griet, moet je zo ook eens zien, die begint al te draaien.
Now we head back out onto circuit. Of course, for those wondering, we've just written in the live chat on the YouTube channel that the rescheduled order will now be as follows. DD2 and Masters, which are up next. Let's take you through the starting grid for that one. After the pre-final earlier on today, Tom Bracken starts from pole position. Nicolas Picot will be alongside. Maxime Dirix and his teammate from Shepherd's Racing, Nicolas Guillaume, Unamas, is lining up on row number two. Enzo Boll and Carl Kleber will be on row 3 with Dominic Hummels, Ronald Billings, Yori Kleber and Morgan Riche. And hopefully Morgan Riche's front fairing will not go exit stage left off his kart. So the revised order will be DD2 and DD2 Masters, the final for day 1. Senior Heat 5, A versus C. Senior Heat 6, B versus D, and the Junior Rotax Day 1 final will conclude the racing action. The drivers now go onto their official formation lap ahead of 15 minutes, plus 1 lap of racing. So the lights have gone out for the DD2 and Masters Final on day one, and Nicolas Picot gets a great launch ahead of Tom Bracken as they make their way through into turn number 3 on the opening lap. Morgan Riche already making up 3 positions. So up to 7th place goes the 2021 DD2 Masters Grand Finals champion. One of a handful of drivers that actually have gone on to qualify for the Grand Finals, like a certain man who is here this weekend. Martin van Leeuwen, I'm looking at you right now. I see you are on the ladder just over the start-finish straight. Both those drivers in the same year went on to compete in the Golden Trophy and then went on to the Grand Finals later on that year to take the global title. Good racing between Nicolas Guillaume, who's up into 3rd place. He's ahead of Enzo Bol, and it's an the SP Motorsport meet in terms of the Sheepers Racing sandwich that's just been created. That's 3rd to 5th overall. Nicolas Picot leading the way. Tom Bracken in 2nd, but leads in DD2. Picot leading in the Masters class. And to turn number 4, and into the left at 5. Through into the in-section. Nice little straight in the middle of the circuit, which then puts him into another couple of successive left-handers before this right-hand style complex. Through into the chicane, where they will be bumping over the curves through the left-hand side as they carry the speed through. And there's Maxime Dedix up the inside of Enzo Bol. They're going to be wheel to wheel, side pod to side pod. Again, Maxime Dedix looks for the crossover on the 404 from the Netherlands, but not able to do so as they're going to be coming across the line to complete the 2nd lap of racing. Picot still leads. That's the squeeze put on to Maxime Dedix, going through into turn number 1 by Enzo Bol, but clearly not happy about that one. I'm sure that he's very right to say that. But Enzo Bol did definitely squeeze Maxime Dedix coming into turn number 1, and Morgan Riche just held back and waited and thought it was better not to get involved, because otherwise that could mean that he would have got an inadvertent penalty for the slices of transgressions. But now Maxime Dedix has got to refocus, reset, and now go after Enzo Bol for what is effectively 3rd place. And there are the race leaders at the moment. Nicolas Picot in the 537, representing this very country, the nation of France. He's just over 0.2 of a second in front of Tom Bracken. Nicolas Guillaume sets the fastest lap of the race, and he's got a little bit of clean air between himself and Tom Bracken. Might also be getting the advantage of a little bit of slipstream from the 418 from SP Motorsport just up ahead. And Bracken just a little bit later on the brakes than Picot, showing a little bit of young bravado in the air. And now he's looking for the inside move into the hairpin at the top right-hand corner of the circuit. Manages to get through, but Picot, he's very, very experienced, and he will try and do everything in his power to get that race lead back. He might be one of the youngest DD2 Masters drivers around the global Rotax family, but don't count out Picot when it comes down to a race victory, because he will try and do his best. Maxime Dedix, fastest lap of the race, 56.929 by the 499 in 5th position. As Picot trying everything in his power to get through on Tom Bracken. The young challenger versus, the young challenger in DD2 versus the young challenger in DD2 Masters. I've never thought I'd say that in a month of Sundays, or Saturdays thereof, but great racecraft being showcased. Nicolas Guillaume is closing. The gap between the top 3 last time around after 4 laps was just over 0.4 of a second. So might be the smallest grid in terms of total numbers, but there has been some fantastic racing all the way through the day so far, and it's set to continue here in this final. So Tom Bracken was just over 1/10 behind Picot, and he now leads by just over 0.2. On to lap number 6. Yuri Kleber gets past Dominic Hummels. as the leaders make their way through into the first part of the infield section here at Ostricourt, the racing kart JPR circuit. Around 25 kilometers south of Lille in the northern part of France. And Maxime Drix with another fastest lap of the race, 6/1000ths quicker than the race leader at the moment, Tom Bracken. So 56.918 from Maxime Drix is the fastest lap so far, 56.924 by the race leader, Tom Bracken. And also with them, Morgan Riche has decided to jump into the under 57 second club. As someone's just kicked up the dust. Who was that? Was that Maxime Drix? Might have been, but Morgan Riche was looking towards the outside of him. Through into turn one. And Drix goes defensive into turn number 3. Morgan Riche just stays behind him. Morgan Riche, when he made his comeback in 2021, he'd been out of a kart for 10 years. He'd been running his own team. He's mentored the likes of one of the drivers now that runs with VDS Boots and Racing in the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS. A certain Mr. César Gazor, who was also competed in the Euro Trophy a couple of years ago, then went on to GTs, running in the FFSA GT4 Championship, then made the move to GT3 with the Santalok Junior team, one of the Audi Sport customer racing teams. But it's great to see Morgan back in a kart. Tom Bracken has now expanded his lead over Nicolas Picot to the tune of just over half a second, as we are close to 7 minutes of this 15-minute plus an additional lap race being concluded. Dominic Hummels has just dropped behind Carl Clebor, who's up to 8th. And the entire 10-strong field in this combined DD2 and DD2 Masters race covered by just under 11 seconds. But as we have seen so far this weekend, that even if you might have a 13 or a 15-minute pre-final or a final, there's still going to be a lot to be undecided, because we are writing how the racing is progressing as it goes along. So that is just, as I said earlier on, how unpredictable motorsport can be. You can have all your ducks in a row. You could have crossed every T, dotted every I, and everything being okay when the car goes through into the tram lines. You put the pedal down to the end of the tensile strength that the throttle cable will provide, and then it's more a case of managing the equipment. Mechanical sympathy is another key point in any form of motorsport, whether it be from karting right the way up to the top tier, like Formula One, like the World Endurance Championship, and other top-tier categories. But Tom Bracken seems to be very, very controlled at the moment. Maxime Drix, another fastest lap for the 499 from Belgium. And he still is putting in the great laps at the moment, 56.455 at the moment. He's still holding up, well, he's still running in 5th place. He's about half a second ahead of Morgan Riche at the minute. I'll make that 1.1 seconds. So he's pulling away from Morgan Riche, and he's trying to close in on Enzo Boll. Now, obviously, in this race, they have had a little bit of previous when it comes to close quarter combat. So across the line go the field once again. Bracken continually extending his lead, but it was only by 1/100th, because Nicolas Picot that particular occasion did a lap time that was just 1/100th of a second behind. So it's like literally 10/1000ths behind the pace that Tom Bracken has been exercising in this particular race. but he was well over a tenth and a half off on the previous lap that was completed, which was lap number 9. However, Enzo Bol is closing in onto Nicolas Guillaume for that third place. Maxime Drix not that far behind, and Enzo Bol just sort of like giving the signal to Maxime Drix, okay, right, let's go. Let's just go. We both know we've got the pace. Well, Drix has been setting the fastest laps out of anybody, and he's got a double toe coming down the start-finish straight. Braken still leads after 11 laps. Under 4.5 minutes to go, and the DD2 and DD2 Masters chess game continues in earnest here in northern France. As Guillaume once again goes defensive, keeps Enzo Bol at bay, but Enzo Bol being very, very wise at the moment. Measured head on young shoulders. So he will now have the, again, he's just piggy in the middle, so to speak. So if you do make a decision that you're wanting to attack, you've also got to counteract that thought with the thought of having someone behind you. And it gives you that opportunity to think of, do I attack or do I defend? And now Maxime Drix looks for the move up the inside of Enzo Bol. They make a little bit of contact, and they both, at the same time, gesticulate at each other. Well, there's no love lost there between the pair, but the fact of the matter is that, okay, Enzo Bol is thinking, well, I've got to really exercise a little bit of damage limitation on this first day because my chief rival is my teammate and he is leading this race. And I'm one position behind of where I really, really want to be. Well, I'd like to be leading the race. However, that is not what is happening at the moment. So we are winding down with the final 2 minutes and 10 seconds, plus an additional lap of this first final on day 1 here for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Tom Braken has just been calmly expanding the gap between himself and our DD2 Masters points leader, who just so happens to be leading the classification in this opening final of the weekend. France's Nicolas Picourt in the 5.37. Nicolas Guillaume still very, very well done to him. He's resolutely holding on to that third place position in the final throes of what has been, at some points there's been a couple of moments, but it hasn't been drastic to the point where we have had a decimation of the field. So the battle for third, fourth and fifth effectively is the battle for second in the DD2 classification. Nicolas Guillaume, I think, might be picking up his highest race result of the season so far. And for those wondering about the Uno Mas nickname, well, if you want, for those in the paddock, ask Maxime directly. He will tell you exactly what it is. But all I'm going to say is, trip to Ibiza, enough said. And they got the stickers put on the kart as well, which is even funnier. But we're coming down to the final throws. There's going to be 2 more laps to go because Tom Braken crosses the line to start the 16th and penultimate lap of this race. His lead now of DD2 Masters class leader at the moment, soon to be class winner, is Nicolas Picourt. But Nicolas Guillaume coming under pressure in the final dying moments of this race. Enzo Bol wants that third position, which gives him second in terms of the classification for DD2. But he's got time fast running out. It's not on his side because it is the case that every second counts. You leave no stone unturned. And the timer has hit has now hit 0. One more lap remains. And Tom Bracken will now come out of the final corner and start the final lap of their race day. Picot leading the way in Masters. Guillaume fending off nobly against Enzo Boll. Enzo Boll not able to close up in enough. Coming into the opening couple of turns, now into the right-hand hairpin here at turn number 3. But Enzo Boll is about a kart length and a half behind the 444. So they're going to the next double left. Into the next couple of right-hand corners. The train really, really being prominent here at this particular moment as they go to the far part of the circuit. Into the final major hairpin on the track. But there is your race leader, Tom Bracken. As soon as he hit the front, he did not look back and he's out of the final corner. Tom Bracken wins the final for DD2. DD2 Masters, it's Nicolas Picot who wins in that class, finishing second ahead of Nicolas Guillaume, who celebrates coming across the line for a well-deserved P3 overall that makes it second in DD2, his best finish of the year so far, so well done to him. Enzo Boll fourth, fifth Maxime Dirix, after a little bit of contretemps between him and Boll. Morgan Riche finishes in sixth position, second in DD2 Masters, ahead of the son, finishing ahead of the father. Jordi Kleber and Karl Kleber ran at the top 8, with Dominic Hummels and Ronald Billings completing the 10 finishers, all completing 17 laps of racing. Now we go to our penultimate senior road tax heat here on day one. It's heat 5, groups A versus C. Here is your starting grid. So from pole position, it will be the Netherlands' Dion van Verven that will start from that spot on the grid. Then we will also have Vic Stevens alongside him on the front row. Austin Lee and Tommy van der Stroy as they round out row number 2. Row 3 is Paul Fauquemin and Ethan Jeff Hall, followed by Mitch Haynett, Montego Masson, Kamal Murad, and Lawrence Heraboz running at the top 10. Ivor Anagnostiidis and Spencer Brown running out the top 12 ahead of René de Broeke, Kaz Boshouse, Simon Perigny, Pays Dams, Scott Westhovens, Pat Gubbles, Faisal Al-Yafel, and then Kai Hillertz, who has done a great job of moving his way up the order throughout the 2 heats so far. He starts from the back end of the grid. So the drivers go into the tram lines. Red lights are out. We're off and racing, and a good start from the front row. A little bit of a touch between Stevens and Van Verven as they hurtle their way through turn number 1. Austin Lee now finds himself up into second position ahead of Vic Stevens as they now go through into the second, or the first part of the circuit, as they now will go into the infield part. And Van Verven fending off Austin Lee at the moment as they go through into the infield on the opening time. It's not going to be easy for Dion Van Verven. He is at the front end of the field, and he is the one with the target on his back at this moment in time. But Austin Lee trying to give as good as he can as they now make their way through into the right-hand hairpin. Bit of a lunge there. That was Paul Fauquemin on the inside of the 369 of Vic Stevens, who started on the outside of the front row, but lost that place very quickly. But Austin Lee right up the inside, through into the penultimate left-hander. The penultimate corner as he gets through. He now leads after the opening lap. And it was 82 thousandths between first and second position as they fire their way into turn numbers 1 and 2. So Austin Lee now leads. And a little bit further back, a little bit of a tussle between Tommy van der Soys and Ethan Jeff Hall. Looks like the 397 has gotten, well, tried to get himself ahead of the 354. They were in competition against each other last year in juniors. That was very, very close indeed between Vic Stevens and Tommy van der Soys. Ethan Jeff Hall manages to fire it in between the pair of them. And just behind, they have got the likes of Mitch Haynett, who took a very, very solid finish at in the previous heat. There's Mitch Haynett on the inside. Tommy van der Soys not having a good day in the office. The 354 who won last year's junior Rotax class and is a 2-time BNL Karting Series in his champion in his own right. Hasn't had the run that he's wanted here today. Austin Lee leads still ahead of Dion Van Verven, and they have been less than a tenth apart over the last couple of laps. We're on to lap number 3. Paul Fauquemin has gone with them, and they have started to pull away from the rest of the field. Down into the next left-hander. A little bit of a bump just above them, or in front of them, as they go through down the dip into the left-hander. It's a lot more technical than people might realise. This doesn't really do any justice for what the drivers are experiencing here, as now Fauquemin finally dives up the inside of Van Verven through into the right-hand hairpin at the top right-hand corner of the circuit to get through for second position. So Austin Lee continues to lead the way, but between the top 3, It was just over 0.3 of a second, and Forquemin is on an absolute charge. Forquemin is the fastest out there at the moment. 58.370. And, well, hang on a second. What has happened? Hang on. Well, Austin Lee was leading the race. Now I'm trying to sort of spot what it might be. Now, the thing is that these two at the sharp end of the fit, well, there is Austin Lee. He must have made a bit of a mistake. He's going to lose third place now. Might have just had a little bit of an error to the 372. He's just lost third position to Strawberry Racing teammate Ethan Jeff Hall in the 397. So for Quemin now, the new race leader after 4 laps. So 3 different leaders so far in this race. Dion van Verven is right up his back bumper. Kaz Boshouse down in 15th. Has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 57.980. And Ethan Jeff Hall is now starting to catch the 2 at front. So this is where things could get not dicey, but they could get interesting. Is probably the best choice of phrase I could use right now. But Austin Lee is going with Ethan Jeff Hall. So you got first and second, third and fourth. Mitch Haynett and Tommy van der Stoys. They've got Vic Stevens in tow. So that's a 3-way scrap over 5th, 6th and 7th. Top 10 rounded out by Montego Masson. Kai Gillert's now up 11 places to 9th and chasing forward. He's actually got Vic Stevens in his crosshairs. Montego Masson now in 9th. Dave Stams, Kamal Manard, Lawrence Herboz, Ivor Anagnostiidis, Spencer Brown, Kaz Boshouse, Simon Perigny, Scott Westhovens, Rooney de Broeke, Puck Gubbles and Faisal Al-Yafel rounding out the 20 strong. All of them still running. But the leaders... Now it's 4 of them for Quemin versus Van Verven. Jeff Hall now up into second, through on the 377, and he runs a little bit wide, and that allows the window of opportunity. And Austin Lee has just got past the pair of them, as if they were standing still. Austin Lee back up to second. Ethan Jeff Hall decides to fire it up the inside through the right-hand hairpin. So that is now so Ethan Jeff Hall dropped to 4th, and now goes back up to second with 1 move. Coming up to the last 65 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. And Ethan Jeff Hall now is just under 8.5 of a second, and now I've seen what I wanted to see. Fastest lap of the race is now in the hands of Mr. Kai Rilats. And where is Rilats at the moment? He is now 8th and is within half a second of Vic Stevens, who completes the top 7. So far, we've had 3 different winners from 4 heats. We are on course to make it 4 from 5. And what's more, it's going to be a driver racing on home soil. That looks to be the way things are going at this moment, with just under 20 seconds on the timer still to go, plus an additional lap. Paul Forquemin will lead them out of the final corner. 2 laps to go. Lap 8 out of 9 underway with the 313 from Dams Racing. Leading, but not by much. The reason being is his lead was just over 0.8 of a second. It is now dipped to under 0.6 because Ethan Jeff Hall has just posted the fastest lap of this race. 57.449 seconds by the 397. Austin Lee is now coming under fire. He's got pressure from behind. That is Dion van Verven in the 377. And even the fact that they have support from people that they know, and also being a privateer to battle with some of the very best drivers and also with some of the very best teams, including Strawberry Racing. We have got a yellow flag situation. I'm not too sure if we've had someone go off, but there were yellow flags ever so briefly going through one of the technical parts of the circuit. But we go on to the final lap. Paul Forquemin now just under 0.4 of a second ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, who for the second lap in succession is the fastest of anybody out there. 57.336. Quemin now has a real opportunity to take a heat victory. What's more, it's on home soil, but Ethan Jeff Hall is really closing in. He's winding up the volume on that Rotax Max Evo engine to his immediate right-hand side to volume number 11. So Quemin looks over his right shoulder. Ethan Jeff Hall, the back end steps out to the left-hand side, a little bit under braking for the right-hand hairpin for one final time. It could be a dash out of the final corner, a drag race to the line, but I don't think it's going to be enough because out of the final corner, here we go. Paul Quemin wins here in France at Ostricourt by 0.2 of a second after 9 laps of racing. Ethan Jeff Hall, Austin Lee, Dion van Werven and Mitch Hayner complete the top 5. Vic Stevens, Kai Gilles, Tommy van der Sloys, Montego Maassen and Kamal Malad round out the top 10. Thijs Dams, Lawrence Herboz, Spencer Broom, Kaz Boshouse, Simon Perigny, Scott Westhovens, Rune de Broeke, Pat Gubbles, Faisal Al-Yafel, and a real shame, it might have been an incident involving either anagnostiitis that meant that the Australian driver would tumble to last, but she still managed to bring it across the line. And that makes it 4 winners from 5 heats so far in senior Rotax. So here is the starting grid for the 6th and final Senior Rotax Heat. It's groups B versus D. Here is your starting order. Jod van Wijk will start from pole position with Theo Lemoyne alongside on the front row. Enzo Dickenberg and Leith Moumina from Saudi Arabia will start on row 2. Pierre-Louis Durka and Kai Hunter will start from row 3. Jaden Teen and Luke Neeson start on row 4, with the top 10 completed by Lewis Gilbert and Sean Butcher. Mathis Turlo, Khalid Al-Maraji, Sverre Ubben, Lockie Robinson, Baz Janssen, Matthias Flamand, Louis Grimaupont, and then Ralf van der Pevet, Bader Al-Souleti, and Bram Ossewaarde rounding out the 20-strong grid. It's going to be another 7-minute plus an additional race, plus an additional lap race to the checkered flag as the drivers now go onto their official formation lap. Red lights are on the gantry. The drivers make their way out of the final corner. Are we ready? Are we steady? The lights are out first time. Here we go into turn number 1 as they fire their way through. Great move looking up the inside. Enzo Dickenberg. Someone's gone very, very wide and tumbled towards the back end of the field. But some great work by Dickenberg to keep it in second position at the moment. But Jod van Wijk got the best launch out of anybody. Led the field going into turn number 1. Lewis Gilbert has made up a few places in the meantime. He's right behind. Looks to be Jaden Teen. Oh, a little bit wide by one of the drivers just in front that made a little bit of an unforced error. And that allowed also Matti Sturlo to get through. They are all jockeying for position. That includes Lockie Robinson. He's towards the bottom part of the top 10. There's going to be a change now for second position. So Enzo Dickenberg drops down into second place. That will be behind the 335 of Kai Hunter. There's Jaden Teen in fourth place. The Saudi Arabian by the name of Leith Moumina doing a very good job in the 919, running with Steve van Kampenhout in the Formula K. So Jod van Wijk only has a 7/10 of a second advantage. So quite a big change. Theo Lemoyne dropping all the way down to 18th. Khalid Al-Maraji all the way, is in 20th position. Bram Ossewaarde after the opening lap has made up 5 places. Pace looks to be strong with the 376, who's now swapped teams and gone back onto the old Esprit chassis they used to run back in 2000 a couple of years ago. So we've got one driver with a little bit of a problem. They have slowed down. That's slightly compromised others. They managed to circumnavigate that one. But Jod van Wijk will come under pressure, I'm sure, from Kai Hunter. That gap is no longer 7/10 of a second. It's 0.166. Jaden Teen fires it up the inside through turn 1 on Enzo Dickenberg, who now drops to 4th and comes into the clutches of Scotland's very own Lewis Gilbert and has just been passed. Also just behind Sverre Ubben has just been re-overtaken by Mathis Turlo. And now I see Lachlan Robinson ahead of Sean Butcher. Keep your eyes on those two. When they get together, that showcases very, very good teamwork over the course of a race distance. So if one can start pulling the other along, then that will work and that will pay dividends for them. And Leith Mumina was the one I think that might have just had that drama and has dropped all the way down to 16th position behind the 917 of Bader Al-Suleti as the field comes through to complete another lap. And Hunter leads the way by over 0.4. He's just taken a 0.1, well, what was 2 laps ago, a 0.7 second deficit, and has turned that around by 1.1 seconds to make it a 0.4 of a second advantage in the race lead. 3 minutes and 42 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. If Kai Hunter wins, well, Kai Hunter at the moment is the only driver to win 2 races. He is going for the clean sweep, and that could really help him. Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson might have just gotten through on another competitor. Well, that looks to be a possible, well, it's not Enzo Dickenberg, who's battling away with Matthias Turlo and Sverre Ubben, and they have both got past him. That might be Luke Neeson that they've just got through on. So Hunter's lead now has been slightly truncated by about 0.02 of a second. It was Luke Neeson and Buzz Janssen that Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson managed to get through on. Now, Butcher to Dickenberg is 8.5 tenths. Looking at the lap times in between the pair, well, Butcher 57.6, Dickenberg 59.0. That's 1.4 seconds. Gilbert up the inside, that's on Jaden Teen for third position. Oh, Gilbert was absolutely sideways when he launched it over the curbs through the chicane into the right-hand hairpin at the top right-hand corner of the circuit. That just shows how quickly things can, well, you know, you've got to work with the machinery underneath you. You've got to have a bit of mechanical sympathy, but sometimes you can push the limits, and that's exactly what Lewis Gilbert was doing. Kai Hunter now sets the fastest lap of the race and expands his lead over Jort van Wyk to 0.773 of a second. And Butcher now is within 0.3 of Dickenberg at this moment and has just got past him. Sean Butcher now up into 7th position. Lachlan Robinson just behind the number 352 from the Netherlands. So 90 seconds to go plus an additional lap. Kai Hunter is on course to taking the ranking after heats lead and will put him at the sharp end of the 36-strong grid that will head into tomorrow's pre-final and final. And unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to the lowest 4 in the 40-strong grid that we've got here. Sverre Ubben, in the meantime, in 5th place, who's closing in on Jaden Thien. And Jaden Thien now has just put in a 57.298 second lap time. Lockie Robinson now gets his way through on Enzo Dickenberg. So that's a change now for 8th position. Now that he's got a bit of clear air, Lockie will push forward. He's also done a few tests so far this year. He's done a Clio Cup at the Dubai Autodrome. I have to give a shout out to some of the people over there, including David Bright, who runs the Kartdrome side of things. Again, you can see that they're bumping over those curves. Even Lockie Robinson was completely sideways. 27 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. And Kai Hunter is on course. He is the man in form at the moment. Fresh off of his defence of his GP plate last week at the PF International, he is going for the Grand Chelem. Lap 8 underway out of 9. This and another one to go. Lewis Gilbert, in the meantime, looking for second. Jaden Teen is also there too, with Jort van Wyk right in their crosshairs as the timer hits 0. One more lap to go after this, but it could be a very, very hard-fought battle for second position. And there's the move from Gilbert up the inside on the infield. That opened the door for him. Didn't open the door for Jaden Teen, though. But Jaden Teen will have his own opportunity to get through. He's going to look up the inside through into the next right-hander. And the 380 from Dan Holland Racing gets through for third. But one more lap remains for Senior Rotax, and it's just less than 1.5 kilometres to go for Kai Hunter, the pride of Sunderland and the Republic of Tyne and Wear. He has been on absolutely destroyable. Well, he's destroying everyone that's trying to get in front of him. He's destroying the opposition, and still it's enabled him to get away and comfortably control proceedings. That's exactly what he needed. A clean set of heats here on Saturday. Gilbert second, Jaden Teen in third. There is also Jort van Wijk, who's coming under fire from Sverre Ubben in the number 344, the GKS Lemons power driver. But this man here has been absolutely unstoppable. Once you get him into the front of the field, he won't look back, and he's done the clean sweep. 3 from 3 for the UK's Kai Hunter. Lewis Gilbert will be second by my provisional calculations, and the ranking after heats the pride of Scotland and the pride of Sunderland doing great jobs. The pair of them, they will be more than likely on the front row for tomorrow's pre-final. Hunter takes his third and successive heats victory here today. Gilbert with a first, a second, and a second. Jaden Teen rounds off the day with a well-needed third place ahead of Matti Sturlo, Sverre Ubben, Jort van Wijk, Sean Butcher, Lockie Robinson, Luke Neeson and Buzz Janssen. Rounding out the top 10, Enzo Dickenberg. Well done to Badr Zuleti in the 917, finishing 12th ahead of Ralph van der Pevert, who was finishing ahead of BFF. Bram Ossewaarde in the number 376, who ran it at the top 14. Louis Grimaupont, Mathis Flamand, Theo Lemoyne, Leith Moumina from Saudi Arabia, Pierre-Louis Durka and Khalid Al-Maraji rounding out the 20 strong, all completing the 9 laps of racing.
Recap not complete and is 2 cars.
Right, well, it's time to get underway with our final race of today, the rescheduled Junior Max Day 1 final. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Well, you'll be pleased to know we've got all 25 runners and riders out on circuit. So it's Kasper Schurmans that will lead on from pole position. Thomas Ingram Hill alongside him on the front row. Timo Jungling and Krit Knorden will complete the top 2 rows ahead of James Anagnostiidis and Max Swiderski, representing Australia and the Netherlands. Mateo Radenkovic from Belgium will be joined on row 4 by the Netherlands' Mieke van der Pavert. Then on row 5, completing the top 10, from Belgium it's Olivier Jonkers, and from the UAE it's August Reber. Then we've got Zach Heslop and Thijs van Wijk on row 6, Boris Maximov and Hugo Lacroix on row 7, Luca Moulin and Boluet on row 8, Max Cuthbert and Ruben Verheyen row 9, with Sebastian Koch and Pierre Devaux rounding out the top 20. Callum Sims, Leopold Fermet, Ryan Bourguignon, Dave Stevens and Kenneth van Merkerke round out the 25-strong grid. So the drivers now make their way out of the final corner. As the revs rise, the lights are out. First time, here we go. And a cut across from the front row of the grid by Thomas Ingram Hill to try and put the frighteners onto Kasper Schurmans, but that's easier said than done. Just behind them, Krit Knorden and Timo Jungling are side by side through into turn number 2 and into turn 3. Krit Knorden going high, wide and handsome around the outside of Timo Jungling, manages to get through on him. As Ryan Bourguignon and Pierre Devaux decided to non-start, probably the damage to their karts were very, very significant. Bit of a moment there for Krit Knorden, going through the left-hander off of the middle straight on the circuit itself. But Kasper Schurmans is really being hustled right now because you've got 3 DHR karts right behind the 240 from JJ Racing. You've got a 6-way battle at the front end of the field. So in this order, you've got Kasper Schurmans, Thomas Ingram Hill, James Anagnostiidis, Timo Jungling and Max Swiderski. The train is getting longer as they are coming through to complete the opening lap. Schurmans lead, and now Ingram Hill is second. A little bit of dust being kicked up as now Jungling gets through on Anagnostiidis for third place. He's now going for second is Jungling, up the inside of Ingram Hill, going through into turn 3, round the outside again. Tries to go Krit Knorden, but it's once more not happening, I'm afraid, for the 272. Mieke van der Pavert ahead of Mateo Radenkovic, as now Timo Jungling manages to get through on Thomas Ingram Hill for second place. And Anagnostiidis up the inside of Thomas Ingram Hill. That was a neat move, that was a clean move between the two. So the Australian now up into third position. He looks to be very, very high at the top of the intermediate classification after the day 1 event. He's going to be very, very happy with a solid day in the office. But Kasper Schurmans looking to continue his run of form. He still leads, but the gap was slightly cut down on lap 2. Timo Jungling, fastest lap of the race, 59.471. What's more, he was nearly 3/10 quicker than the race leader. Look at the squabble behind Max Swiderski. Well, Swiderski's just had Radenkovic up the inside, who goes through for 6th place. Krit Knorden is in 8th. You've got the likes of Jonkers, Heslop, Van Wijk, Louet up to 12th now. It's not been an easy one for the points leader. And Swiderski, runs a little bit wide. He's just lost 3 positions through 2 corners and now gets run a little bit further wide. He's lost 4, 5, 6 places as Max Swiderski. It's not been an easy one for the youngster that was running in Minimax last year. But it's a 4-way scrap at the front of the field. It's Shormans versus Jungling versus Anagnostiidis and also Ingram Hill. They were covered by just over a second last time around. The gap between the top 4 now is 8 tenths and closing. Anagnostiidis is the fastest one out there out of everybody. 59.217 seconds. And it was less than half a second between the top 3 drivers. Shormans is just trying to keep a cool head on calm shoulders, but Jungling up the inside for the race lead. And Shormans had to, we're trying to anticipate that, but through that particular right-hander, you sometimes can be at the mercy of the individual behind you, as long as they fire it up the inside nice and cleanly. And now it's a bit of a dodge and fight at the moment. Casper Shormans is the lone JJ Racing Wolf with 3 other DHR carts around him. And this is going to be even closer still. 0.8 was the gap over the line after the last time. 4.5 tenths between the top 4, and Shormans looks for the inside move through into turn number 1. But Jungling anticipated. Anagnostiidis has a run of steam. So does Ingram Hill. Who's going to move where? Through into turn 3. Still the same as it was as they came out of the first corner. It's now about picking your moments. There's still 10.5 minutes of this race left to run. And nobody's out of the woods yet, but Anagnostiidis, that was a perler up the inside of Shormans. Now, did Shormans make an uncharacteristic mistake? Well, there might have been, there can be sometimes a little bit of contact, but I didn't see any there. But Anagnostiidis is really doing a great job. Shormans now is frantically trying to get past on Thomas Ingram Hill, because look who's behind. The 286, Mika van der Pavet. Race lead has changed, and Anagnostiidis through on Jungling. The Aussie now in front of everybody else. Shorman's back into third ahead of Ingram Hill. Now goes up the inside of Jungling through the final corner. Now it is a fight. Now the elbows have well and truly been brought out and sharpened like daggers. Anagnostiidis was leading by just under 3 tenths of a second as they head into turn 3. Side by side between Ingram Hill and Van der Pavert. Van der Pavert gets through. Radenkovic was looking on the outside of the 227, but he loses out to Krik Knorren through into turn number 5. So it is now down to who? Oh, bit of a touch there between Jungling and Shormans. And Shormans absolutely infuriated. He gets a bump from behind, courtesy of Krik Knorren. Van der Pavert now through into third place. Knorren up the inside of Radenkovic. This is not going to end well if they don't keep their elbows in. They've got to be very, very careful right now. It's about making clean moves. There's Boris Maximov, who's making some moves as well in his own right. The 230 from Buvin Power, last year's Euro Trophy Minimax champion by 1 point. And was also in the running for the BNL Karting Series Minimax title last year too. But whilst that has all happened, not only has James Anagnostiidis got the race lead, he's got the fastest lap, and his lead ahead of Timo Jungling is now 9 tenths of a second. But Jungling is trying to close that gap up. We've still got 8.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. Pack racing very much evident in this one so far. Running order at the minute is Anagnostiidis, Jungling, Van der Pavert, Shormans, Knorren, Ingram Hill, Maximov, Yonkers, Radenkovic and Heslop running at the top 10. Loet up to 11th. Stevens, Van Wyk, Swiderski. There has been a further change though in the meantime. Thomas Ingram Hill, I think, has just lost 2 places. One to Boris Maximov, might be another one to Olivia Yonkers, which has just been confirmed. But Ingram Hill straight back up the inside like a man possessed. And here comes Boloet. Boloet now in the mix. Oh, this is going to get feisty, folks. So whilst that has all been going on, Max Swiderski now down to 14th, ahead of Max Cuthbert, August Reber, Luca Moulin, Hugo Lacroix, Kenneth van Markerke up to 19th. Ruben Verheyen, Callum Sims, Leopold Fermin and Sebastian Koch round out the 23 strong. They are still all running with 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus an additional lap, and that's 8 laps now nearly in the books. So Zach Heslop exchanging places with Tay Stevens, the 282 from the Netherlands against the 297 from the United Kingdom. And Mika van der Pavet is on the push forward. He's on the charge. Fastest lap of the race, 58.332 for the younger brother of Ralph van der Pavet in the senior road tax class. He's just put in a 58.332. So Krit Knorren and one of the younger the new recruit, so to speak, the new kid on the block, Boris Maximov in the 230, battling away with Krit Knorren, and this is for the last position in the top 5 as they head down into the right-hand hairpin at the top right-hand corner of the circuit. So at the front end of the field, we're about to complete lap number 9 with 6 minutes to go. Anagnostiidis still leads. The gap has come down significantly. Oh, Timo Jungling puts in a howitzer of a fastest lap, 58.029, and drops the gap to just under 0.4 of a second, but going through into turn 3, it's not even that. It's probably about a tenth, because they are a kart length and a bit apart as they come through into the left-hander off of the straight on the infield part of the circuit. Now this is going to be another test for James Anagnostiidis from Australia. He's got his hard-charging UK teammate behind him. And this is why you see drivers from all across the world come over to Europe and also to the United Kingdom to compete. To fight against the very, very best, which will be their main opposition, especially when it's road tax. Gap now stabilising a little bit, and James Anagnostiidis has gone to within 2 1,000ths of Timo Jungling's fastest lap, a 58.031. But with 4.5 minutes still to go, it's about the commitment, it's about the will to win, the motivation to push beyond the limit of adhesion, to push, it's been a long day, it's been a very warm day, the sun has been out all day, pretty much all day long here at Ostricourt. And it's at the hottest temperatures it's been so far today, 24 degrees Celsius, that's been the temperature. So track temperature might be around about 30 degrees Celsius, so the drivers will be feeling the heat in their race suits with the race helmets on. And new fastest lap. Well, Boluet is now up to 8th, and he's just put in the fastest lap out of anybody. And there he is at the back of that train. So in front of him, he's got Radenkovic in 7th, Krit Knorren in 6th, Boris Maximov in 5th. So 57.895 seconds is the fastest lap, and that's by the 2:24 of the current points leader, Boluet. And that was a nice little move there by Matej Radenkovic on Krit Knorren. So the 296 getting past the 272, that's the change for 6th place. But at the moment, Anagnostiidis is still keeping a consistent pace with his teammate behind. A 58.0 for both drivers on lap 10. A 57.9 for both drivers, lap 11, lap 12. They've both just done, respectively, within hundredths of a second of each other. A 57.7. So by Anagnostiidis matching Jungling's pace, that is where it is crucial. It stabilises the distance between them. But if Jungling decides at one point, there we go, Boluet now up another place. He's just up into 7th, courtesy of that nice little move. Not late, but timed right by the 224. He manages to get through for 7th position. Thomas Ingram Hill battling at the bottom end of the top 10. He's got Olivier Jonkers from Dams Racing in the 212 trying to close in on him. And now, after 3 laps of consistent, nearly equal lap times between Anagnostiadis and Jungling, the former has now expanded the gap to just north of half a second as we head into the final 2 minutes. A little bit further back, though, going through into turn number 3. Matej Radenkovic getting through on Boris Maximov for 5th place. There are still some opportunities for these drivers to move up the order. IC2 for Boluet, so he's got Matej Radenkovic and he's got Boris Maximov directly in front of him in 6th. And then just in front, in 5th, is Matej Radenkovic. And again, well, the new fastest lap has gone to Kasper Schormans, who's 4 tenths behind Mika van der Pavet, who continues to run at the top 3. James Anagnostiadis still holds station in the lead of the race and is within 30 thousandths of a second of his teammate behind him, Timo Jungling. The gap between them is just over half a second. We've got 40 to go on the timer. And the leaders are making their way through to the top right-hand corner of the circuit to the very tight right-hand 180-degree hairpin before the descent down the circuit. So 2 laps remain after this one. Australia's James Anagnostiadis comes through the final corner, head down, trying to pull away from Timo Jungling. Gap has now gone down to 4.5 tenths with 2 to go. And Mika van der Pavet has started pushing now. I think that's a little bit too late in my honest opinion, but a big development. Crick Norden all the way down to 23rd and looks to be out of the race with 4 to go according to how many laps he has completed. So Crick Norden, the 272 was on for a top 10 finish and is now out. The timer has expired. And now we go to the conclusion of the penultimate lap of the race day. And then we go on to the final lap of the race day here at Racing Kart JPR in Ostricourt in northern France. James Anagnostiadis starts the final lap of the day 1 final for Junior Rotax. He's just under half a second ahead of Timo Jungling in the battle for the race lead as they make their way through into turn number 3 for the final time on the 17th lap. He's held on, he's responded when he's needed to, and Jungling has had quite clearly no answer. When I first came across James at Karting Genk earlier on this year, I thought there's some talent, there is some definitive talent here. And I know, I'm sure that some of the family might be watching. It might be quite early in the morning at home in Australia, but I hope the Anagnostiadis family are with us over there because we are going to see something magical, something special, because after 17 laps, it's finally come down to this seminal moment. James Anagnostiadis from Australia wins the final in Junior Rotax on day number 1 by 0.376 of a second. It's going to be a jubilation with the family. I'm sure that Tom Williamson is jumping up and down like a madman right now back over in Australia, and Dan Holland Racing have a new race winner, and what's more, he's a cracker. James Anagnostiadis has definitely deserved all that, and a thumbs up from Timo Jungling saying, well done, great job. So there's your race winner, the 233 from Australia. Head of Timo Jungling, Mika van der Pavet rounds out the top 3 with Kasper Schormans, Matej Radenkovic, Boris Maximov, Boluet, Olivier Jonkers, Thomas Ingram Hill, and Tay Stevens completing the top 10. Max Cuthbert, it's not been an easy one for him this weekend, let's be completely honest so far. He finishes 11th out of Max Swiderski, Days van Wijk, August Reber, Luca Moulard rounding out the top 15 with Ruben Verheyen, Hugo Lacroix, Kenneth van Moorkerke, Zach Heslop, Sebastian Koch, Callum Sims and Leopold Fermin rounding out the 22 that finished the race. Unfortunately, on lap number 13, Krit Knorden retired with Pierre Devaux and Ryan Bourguignon non-starters. Okay, so 12 races in the bag here on day one here at Racing Kart JPR here in Ostricourt in northern France, just south of Lille by about 25 kilometers, about half an hour drive. But today has been a very interesting day, let's be honest. Multiple different winners, new race winners as well this season. And tomorrow from 12 o'clock, that's midday, Central European summertime, we get the action underway with the penultimate finals day of the season. And then we will have a true idea of who will be going into the season finale at Karting Genk in the first weekend of October to go for the title and to go for grand finals tickets. However, it's time for me to say goodbye to you all on the live stream. A big thank you to everyone that has commented and liked, shared and subscribed. However, there is a little bit of housekeeping. The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Golden Trophy take place at the Home of Champions Karting Genk on the 27th and the 29th of October. Entries are open for all Rotax racing classes, and what's more, for the Grand Festival, for Micro and Mini, we have a ticket for the Grand Finals for the race winners to give away. So until tomorrow morning, good night, have a great evening, see you bright and early.